Honourable members, please be seated.
Here.
Committee of the Whole.
One minute. Sure. Hey, let's do it all tonight. It's not anyway. Yeah. You're calling. We're all tonight. I'll take your picture if that's the case. I won't sit over a picture right now. We can clear it out. Be there. We can be there an hour. I still got 3 hours to take.
Honourable members, I would like to call the committee to order. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill number 29, Local Authorities Elections Amendment Act 2020. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill at this time? I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has the call.
I hope the House Leader will join debate on Bill 29. So it is an honour to rise and speak to this bill. Not had a chance to speak to it in committee, but I do without giving too many spoiler alerts, I do think we'll have a couple of amendments coming. So I'm not going to speak at great amount of length because I do want to speak to some of the amendments we have forthcoming. And I guess that's not a spoiler alert because in fact I believe I heard in previous comments from our critic from Municipal Affairs who spoke to the need for changes to this bill. And in fact, it's not just us who are calling for changes, suggested changes to Bill 29. It's a whole number of folks. And so what I'd like to do is talk about some of the people that have chimed in to say that in its current form, Bill 29 will not do what it intends, and in fact, in a few cases, it will actually add barriers. And in particular, what I would like to focus on is how, as it's currently written, Bill 29 will, in fact, arguably add a lot of barriers for women and for underrepresented populations in politics. So that's what I would like to focus on. I also just want to mention a little bit, some of the concerns, just generally around sort of a common approach that we're seeing in a number of the UCP's bills this session. We get criticized for talking about the UCP's sort of American-style approach, yet I think our criticism is quite well-founded because not only do we see that with our concerns around Bill 30, and yes, I will make a connection to Bill 29 here shortly, we see it with some of the attacks on unions. But with Bill 29, we see it in the sense of the big money politics, the American-style PAC sort of politics that will be brought into our electoral system. I've spent a lot of time, I know my esteemed colleague from Edmonton Whitemud spoke about this in the House the one day. I remember hearing her comment as well. Both her and I have spent a lot of time encouraging other folks to get involved in politics, and primarily women and gender diverse folks in particular. That's been something that I've been quite passionate about. Even before I ran for office, I was guilty of encouraging, I don't know if guilty is the right word, but I was certainly somebody who was always encouraging others to run for office. And particularly folks who didn't necessarily see themselves in politics, didn't see a place for themselves in politics. And that's something that I've continued to do over the years. Many folks in this House know that I ran prior to running for a provincial office. I ran federally back in 2015. I was unsuccessful, but in the lead up to that, I met a lot of really excellent other candidates, particularly women. I met folks from diverse backgrounds who ran for office despite the fact that they knew it was going to be an uphill battle. And in that case, I met a lot of candidates who knew that they might not necessarily be successful, but they wanted to run the strongest campaign that they could. And so many of those folks that I've met over the years are going into politics for the right reasons. And they're going into politics without having a whole lot of money behind them. You know, and in fact, I was just involved in a campaign sort of prep a webinar with some folks who are part of Ask Her YYC's campaign readiness program. And I know, again, the member from Edmonton-Whitemud has been involved in that a little bit. I know the Minister for Culture, Multiculturalism, the Status of Women has been involved in that as well. And, you know, one of the things that I shared with that group is that, you know, there was a question, something along the lines of like, you know, do you need to, like, something about having a big, I won't get the words correct because it was seems like months ago, although it was only a few nights ago, but something along the lines of, do you need to have a large support network in place before you run for politics? And I said, you know, honestly, you need, it sounds cheesy or it sounds cliche perhaps, but I said, you know, you need, I say you need to have a dream and a good friend. Because truly, and I know I'm just one example, but you know, when I started my career in politics, I started running really early in 2013 in advance of the 2015 federal election, and truly, I didn't have, you know, I didn't have a bunch of donors lined up. I didn't have a lot of, you know, I didn't have a lot of contacts when I started, and so. You know, I started by doing all that hard work, by meeting people, by talking to people, by knowing that even if I didn't have a lot of money, I knew that I would have people who would support me. And sure enough, that started to grow. And so I tell you all of this because a lot of folks get discouraged as they enter politics because they worry about the fact that they don't have a whole lot of money behind them, right? That's just one, and we know that the you know, research shows, especially research that focuses on women and gender diverse folks in politics, research shows that one of the reasons why women hesitate to enter politics is because they feel like they don't have the financial backing, they won't have the financial supports in place that perhaps a male competitor might, and so. You know, this is a time, and I raised this in the House the other day, and I posed this question to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. I mean, this is a time when, you know, the context around us really should be compelling us to look at the representation in this House and to look at how we can increase diversity so that we can get more women in politics, so we can get more you know, non-binary, gender diverse folks in politics. We can get more racialized folks in politics. We can get more Indigenous folks in politics. And I know that's a goal of everybody in this House. I hope it is a goal of everybody in this House. But to do that, we need to lessen the barriers that these populations face when entering politics. And the challenge is, this bill as written, it adds additional barriers, makes it more challenging for those populations to enter politics. It means that, you know, the wealthiest folks will have a head start. It means that, you know, folks who perhaps already have influence over politics will have even more influence. And again, that's not the political system I want to see. I want to see a political system where anybody, whether they've just arrived in Canada and received their citizenship, or you know, whether they're, like I said, an Indigenous person entering politics for the first time. Whether they're a young woman who's been told that, you know, they don't have a place in politics. No, absolutely not. I want all those folks to know that they have every right to be in this House. And so, as I said, I know we're going to be introducing some amendments that we hope to address some of the key challenges. But what I would like to do is I'd like to quote, and as I said, I talked about this a little bit in the House. the House the other day, but I want to just get it on the record. I want to share a little bit more about what two organizations who support increasing the representation of women and non-binary folks in politics, sort of what they've come together and the statement that they've shared with this government and specifically to this minister. So I'm going to quote a little bit from their release, and I can certainly table that for Hansard. So Parity Yag and Ask Her YYC are concerned that amendments proposed in Bill 29 fail to level the playing field for half of Alberta's population. Bill 29 introduces significant changes to the Local Authorities Election Act that affect key stakeholders, including candidates and third-party advertisers. Fundraising, a key concern for prospective candidates, will see new rules that may deter women from mounting effective political campaigns. And like I said, end quote there on that section, like I said, there's clear evidence to show that fundraising is a barrier that a lot of women identify when considering entering politics. So again, that's been clear. There's a number of academics who've written scholarship on some of these barriers that hold back women. So that's clear. And so and for the benefit of folks in this House who don't know the work of Parity Egg and Ask Her YYC, these are two fairly new organizations. They both kind of came out of prior organizations. Equal Voice and some of the others that have focused on supporting women in politics. But both of these organizations have come together, and I think this might be, I'm looking at the member for Edmonton-Whiteman, I think this might be the first time that they've collaborated on a press release. So, that's kind of nice to see the Calgary-Edmonton collaboration happening. And so I take, the folks that make up those organizations are primarily women who have a lot of experience, and who there's some young women who might not have political experience, but they've studied these issues a lot. They've spoken to a lot of folks who've navigated the political system, and so I take their recommendations quite seriously. As I noted in the House the other day, they took an intersectional lens. They applied sort of a gendered lens to the bill, which I was assured by the minister that all the bills are receiving. And they recommended the following: defer the implementation of Bill 29 until after the 2021 election to allow future candidates, third-party advertisers, community service organizations, and other affected stakeholders a period of transition to properly adjust their operations and align with the forthcoming changes to legislation. I think that's a really fair ask, because although 2021 might seem like a long ways away, it's really not. We know a lot of folks, candidates for school board, for councils across this province are starting to prepare, and they should be. I've always been an advocate of folks starting as early as they can. Right? It might not be actually fundraising, but it's having those conversations. Right? It's having those coffee shop meetings, all those things at a nice physical distance, of course. So that's a fair suggestion for sure. The second one, the Government of Alberta engage in further consultation regarding the changes proposed in Bill 29 to ensure that equity-seeking groups do not face additional obstacles to running for office. And they've offered, Ask Her YYC and Parity Egg have offered their services in participating in further consultation. And I would suggest that absolutely consultation is needed. And absolutely this government should be consulting with those equity-seeking groups that are affected, right? Have a round table with racialized folks, with members of the LGBTQ2S+ community, with women of all different backgrounds. I think that's really, really critical, because I would gather to, I shouldn't assume, but I would hope that the government certainly wouldn't have intended to add additional barriers for those folks seeking to run for office. And finally, they say the minister consider further amendments to restrict campaign contributions between election cycles, including personal contributions, reduce the amount individuals can donate to campaigns, and require candidates to file their financial disclosures during the campaign period. And again, we don't want a political system that just privileges the rich and the wealthy, right? We want to be able to, tell that prospective candidate who might not have a lot of money that, like I said, they're just as valued, and they have just as much of a right to have an equal playing field entering politics. And they Ask Her YYC and Parity Egg make a really good point, just noting that, this is an opportunity we've got, as I started to open my comments by saying, we've got calls happening all around us for racial and social and economic justice. We've got the Black Lives Matter movement really capturing a lot of attention. And so here's a time where we can truly prioritize diversity and pluralism in politics. And we only need to look as far. I can pick on Edmonton here because I'm a proud Edmontonian. Edmonton City Council, only 15% of councillors here in Edmonton are women. And I didn't hear the comment from Calgary Glenmore, but hopefully she will stand up and share that, because I'm sure it's valuable. And in addition to the fact that there are, 15, no, I meant that in all sincerity, I honestly didn't hear you. 15% of city council is female. There's also a significant dearth when it comes to diversity, racial diversity on Edmonton City Council as well. And so again, we want, all of us want young people to sit in the gallery or to sit in city council chambers and see themselves in politicians, right? And so again, this is why I thought it was really important that we share Ask Her YYC's and Parity Egg's comments, because I fear that the unintended consequences of this bill will be quite serious. And again, at a time when we could be making so many strides and really adding diverse voices to our political system, we could in fact be taking a step back. We could in fact be doing that. And so, like I said, I've got a few more things that I want to say, but there'll be more in relation to some of the amendments that are forthcoming. And again, I just really want to, I know there are folks on the government side of this House who are advocates for women and for diversity in politics, and so I really want them to consider, as we move forward with some amendments, to consider those amendments. We have a pretty sad track record when it comes to this government accepting our amendments, but always the optimist. I'm hopeful that this government will consider those. And with that, Mr. Chair, I will conclude. Thank you.
Thank you. I see the Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women has risen to debate.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to have this discussion, and thank you to the previous MLA who just spoke very eloquently about this. I think I can speak for everyone on this side. We're all massive advocates for women on this side, especially during the last election. We had 44% of our nominations were women. Now, of course, they don't always win. You never know what's going to happen in a nomination, let alone in an election. And we had a lot of really, really incredible candidates running. I'm very proud. And actually, on all sides, there was some really, really incredible women right across Alberta running for many different parties. It's wonderful to see. But what I'd like to be clear about, though, is that this is a collaboration amongst all peoples about making sure that we, the member was talking about leveling the playing field. If we're talking about that, and we're talking about dollars and about the importance of that for any particular candidate, some of the things that we're actually advocating for was in consultation with a lot of the municipalities that told us about a few things that are very important. And for those of us who have run in multiple elections, we know how difficult it is to beat an incumbent. When I had run for my first election, the gentleman that I ran against was a person I supported in the previous election and worked really, really, really hard to get him elected. And yes, Mr. McAllister, that's correct. Yeah, and actually was a very good friend of mine. I taught his daughters, very good friends with him. And so running against him, a very, very important person in our community, and against a family that I loved immensely, and in fact his daughters lived in my house doing musical theater pretty much every day, was probably one of the most difficult choices I made at the time. But What I have to say, though, is that the gentleman that came to my house the night to ask me to run, I always say this, people always say, how did you get involved in politics? Well, actually, politics picked me. It wasn't really, I've always been in the background, I'd always worked in that space, and I've always been involved in politics. But there were 7 gentlemen sitting in my kitchen one night when I came down from teaching choir, and all of them, I asked them, I said, well, who's running? Because at that time, we'd had the floor crossings, and so we were looking at somebody from Wildrose to replace running in that riding. And I asked them, I said, well, who's running, and when are we getting ready to do this campaign? And they said, you are. And I remember thinking, it's probably one of the very first times I've ever almost fainted, having these 7 lovely gentlemen sitting in my kitchen going that I was going to run to be the next elected representative of the riding. And I actually didn't know what to say. And that support, still to this day, I still bug them all going, I cannot believe what you got me into. No, I'm just kidding. But the truth is that at that moment, it took them a month actually to track me down. And I have and had a very successful music studio in my riding. And it was a beautiful, beautiful way to make a living and to spend time with the members of my community. And as a result, I got to volunteer a lot in my community and participate. And I've been teaching in that community for over 25 years. So it was really difficult for me to even imagine moving on to a different section of my life when I had this very beautiful, very successful business. And one of my friends, Patrick, who was the head of the Constituency Association at that time, day after day after day would call me. And then he would ask to meet me for coffee, and then he would sit me down and tell me why I had to run and why it was important. And it was so much to absorb, and I couldn't even believe it. And after a month of constant pestering, I finally said, okay, let's figure out how to do this. And then, to get your nomination in, and then to get the people to sign off on your nomination. And I was going house to house to all of these people I've been working with for 25 years going, what do you think? And they're like, well, you're not going to teach anymore? I'm like, well, I don't know. You signed my nomination paper. And then I got all of these signatures on my nomination paper. I made up my own little flyers on my little photocopier with this distorted picture of myself to start putting out at the doors that I cut by hand myself, and my, at that time, 16-year-old son, who sat with me at the kitchen table and cut these little individual pieces of paper that we handed out at the doors. I think I handed out about, 400 in the first few days. I was really motivated. And it wasn't, what was interesting about that is that I ran against somebody who I considered to be one of my closest friends. I ran because at that moment, these lovely gentlemen that had sat in my kitchen believed more in me than I believed in myself. And they gave me a reason and a purpose to believe that I had something to add to this discussion, something that I hadn't actually seen in myself. And to talk about what, YYC Parity and Parity Yeg, Asker YYC and Parity Yeg talk about, a lot of the discussions that we have around this table, the MLA previous to me that was talking about this was saying about having massive supports around you. It's actually not about that. But it is about having faith in who you are and your ability to run. And I agree with her. You had one friend, right? And sorry, I'm agreeing with you. Yeah, it's not actually about having humongous amounts of support, although that is helpful. And there are people who have had that. But if you're talking about leveling the playing field, let's just talk about money for a second in municipal elections. Did you know that at municipal elections that money can be held and then those war chests could be built up? And the whole reason I told this last little bit of the story is about talking about how difficult it was to beat an incumbent. I only won by 260 votes in my first election, and I door knocked 6,400 doors. And it was that last couple of days, I swear, and the advanced polls that got me across the finish line. But it was beating an incumbent that was well-liked. I helped with that, I might add, and was obviously a choice for folks. It wasn't about not being able to be, but the incumbency of that is such an unbelievably intimidating thing to go up against. And it actually had nothing to do with my gender. Let me be clear about that. Nothing to do about that. I'm a hard worker, so I just outworked Bruce McAllister on that particular election. But what it did tell me is that what was different about me than perhaps somebody else is that I needed to be asked so many times. I really, really needed that person, those folks to have faith in me, especially the incredible gentlemen I had working around me, one of them being my husband, and my sons actually. But if you think about how we focus our campaigns on meaningful efforts, meaningful campaigns, and being able to do small things like making sure that incumbents are not able to have those war chests really, really levels the playing field. And it's one of the most important things, and actually in consultations and in discussions with municipalities and others, it was one of the things that came up over and over again, and I believe it was Mayor Naheed Nenshi actually that brought it up, although I think there's been some discussions around the amount in particular, but he actually brought it up, and he had mentioned on quite a few occasions that that it was really important that that there was a change to the donor rule per donor, so that it was from a per donor rule to a per donor per candidate, and that's just so that those dollars can't be held over in that war chest, and so that a new person, especially if it's a woman, has the opportunity to run. If you look at, and the member was mentioning earlier about Edmonton, the last few elections where new people have won have actually been men in those particular elections and not women. And it's not because women don't run, it was just that level, that playing field is really tricky. And this, if you're talking about barriers to anybody running, that's a huge barrier. It's not the money, it's the access to dollars that an incumbent might have, that you might not have. So, for example, Chestermere is actually a really, really good sort of a description of what happens, because we've always, probably for the last, at least the last 10 years, we've had more than 50% of our council being women. One of my very dear friends was the former mayor of Chestermere, Patricia Matthews, one of the strongest women I've ever met, and really, really brought to light and met up with a lot of female councillors. And now I have the mayor of Wheatland County, sorry, the Reeve of Wheatland County, Amber Link, another very, very strong female representative. And again, really, really building these councils with everybody involved. It's not a matter of whether or not we have women running. We do. But if you think about, too, if, for example, in a municipal election, the incumbents are bound to win because of dollars and war chests, what do you think happens with voter turnout? Really, really, really poor voter turnout. What do you think that means for new women running? That's absolutely zero playing field. We want voter turnout. We want people to feel empowered to come out and vote. But if they feel like their vote doesn't mean anything because of the incumbency and the way that incumbency works in municipal politics, it's really, really difficult to inspire somebody to take away time from their family and their businesses. And I mean, in Alberta, we have more women entrepreneurs per capita than anywhere else in the country. These are women who run their own businesses, okay? They're not going to just leave their business to go run for an election without a really good reason to do so. And if there's an incumbent that's going to win because he's got a war chest of $50,000, chances are that common sense will tell you, meh, I'll think about it. It has nothing to do with the barrier of being a female. Well, let me tell you, talk to any of the women on this side, being a woman is not a barrier. However, having the ability to run against an incumbent that has those dollars doesn't matter what their gender is at that point in time. So if we're looking at how it is that, and the kind of people that really want to do this job, I think, I don't know about on this side, I question my sanity quite often for my choices. Yeah, I think not because I don't love being here with all of you, because I do, but there is so much sacrifice from your family and the time that you have at home with your kids. And for the MLAs that have the privilege of living here in Edmonton, you get to go home to your families. Many of us, our families are, minimum of 3 hours away, and those precious few hours that we have on the weekend to spend with them, try to make up for lost time. For those of you, there's many in here who have young children who are away from their babes. That's really, really hard. And those young women and men actually who are running and who have those children, you guys are the most, to me, one of the most important groups that we have here, because you have a vested interest in the future of this province and how things are going to be for your children. Some of the most important discussions that I've had around any of the tables that I've been privileged to be part of is with young parents, because these people have an incredibly vested interest in how this province is going to play out for their kids. What kind of debt are we going to leave for them? What kind of mess is possible? Or how do we clean it up and make it better? Those are the kinds of things that have to motivate any of us that move forward, regardless of your gender. But if you're talking about barriers, well, we're actually making changes to this legislation. The NDP actually started on this legislation and started some good things. We're just taking it to that next level to make sure that that playing field is level. If you think about it, you know, there's 19 municipalities in Alberta that are classified as cities, and only 2 cities currently have women mayors. Many cities have fewer than 50% women in there as councillors. So the fundamental question of why actually doesn't just come as a barrier of being a woman, but it actually talks about the incumbency of the people that are there already. Take a look, the other statistic that we don't look at is how long the same person has run over and over again, and how many times they've gotten voted back in again because nobody shows up to vote. What is our percentage in municipal? Like 35%, I think, max, right? In the last federal election, we had provincial election, we had almost 70%. Why is that? Well, because of the motivation and the desire to get out and door knock and the reason to be able to fight an incumbent, right? But there's a much more level playing field there. And the previous speaker had spoken about that only rich people can buy into this. This actually changes that. A person can actually support themselves in an election, in this municipal election, to be able to go forward, because they're not fighting against an incumbent with a war chest of $50,000. Everybody can spend the same. I actually think if you're looking, you know, if there's a lack of ethnic diversity and gender diversity in councils, how do we end up leveling that playing field? Well, that's exactly what we're doing, and I just really don't understand how this can be interpreted as anything more than that. And for the good people, regardless of gender, who are running, who care deeply about this province, we all think about those important things, about how it is that we reflect people. We have an incredibly gender diverse caucus and ethnically diverse caucus on this side. It's a beautiful tapestry, very, very reflective, I think, of what our province looks like. It's one of the things I'm so proud of, is this little family that we have here of all these different backgrounds and faiths and ethnic backgrounds, and I learned so much from people in this house. It's a truly humble position for me. And I would never take that for granted. And I think if you look at elections with that level of humility through that lens, you can see that this is actually what this legislation is doing, is actually bringing it back to the people. I think that if we're looking at barriers to entry, and what the member was mentioning about what Ask Her YYC and Parity YEG was talking about, I would think that those organizations would see this as a wonderful opportunity to have more women around. And these are really great organizations. I believe actually Minister of Children's Services is also a mentor, so along with others. And that is an amazing, and you know, it's wonderful to actually speak with her and also the members about the various the various people from all different ideologies in this house that speak to women about running. What a magnificent thing. And one of the things that we always talk about too is making sure that we have people that will go out and monetarily support folks who are running, of diverse gender backgrounds, diverse ethnicity. Really, really wonderful things. And you can see that the world is going in this direction, that there is this desire to, on this side of the house, there was so much opportunity. I think, what did we have, 300 candidates running, I believe, for the nominations? I think something along that line. From every background possible. I kept meeting all of these, and actually, I remember the premier, the leader at that time, had come up to me and said, your job is to get more women to run. That's what he told me. And I said to him, I said, well, how would you like to do that? He goes, I'm going to help you. We're going to do this together. And then we ended up with all these incredible women running. And in fact, some of them run such rock star campaigns. Like, I've never seen anything like it. And this is my second time going to election. I can point out several campaigns in here. Actually, the member for Banff Kananaskis came over to my house one day. I used to call her Fierce. She had actually worn a hole out in her running shoes from her campaign, because she has one of the biggest ridings in the province. Mountains, end-to-end province. Fierce is what I would call her. Absolutely amazing and fierce. And was really, really committed to making sure that every single person's house was knocked on. And I think I think that the member went at least twice to serve, 3 times, yeah. I remember seeing her running shoes. She came out to my house. It was, I thought I door knocked a lot. Nothing compares to the MLA from Banff Kananaskis. She earned that seat, she earned that election. It was such a privilege to be with her during the nomination as well too, when she won that thing. It was wonderful. I was just so proud. It's one of those moments where you feel very lucky to be at the beginning of a person's career and see how far they've come. But she did that because of the leaders' faith in her, of all of the officials that you see here now that ran equally strong campaigns, the men and women that gathered around her to make sure that her campaign was successful. And not just in money, but in support and energy and faith in her ability to do her job. And I think that when we're talking about the financial footing, I would suggest that, ask her YYC and Parity YEG would see this as a humongous opportunity to make sure that whatever barriers that we see, perceived or otherwise, become a thing of the past. That competency, strength of character, desire to work hard, all of these other things that we see in so many members in this House, regardless of what side we sit on, that really defines the reasons that we're here. And again, I say this with extreme humiliation because any of us at any time could see that this could be the last time that we're here. None of us have a guaranteed job here. It's one of the most wonderful things about this job is you are held accountable. And at any time, and even within your own party, depending on what party, you could be kicked out by another member from your own party who wants to come in and take if you have nominations, that is. We had very, very competitive nominations. I think probably, and I'll just speak to the ladies on this side, but I think every one of these ladies could probably stand up and talk about the competition during their nominations, right? It's like, it was something else. But once that happened and that nomination was done, we all rallied behind each other. And it was this amazing family that came together even before the election when we were just campaigning, regardless of how you got to your nomination. Some of my most favorite stories. And I hold that very dear, and it's one of those things that inspires me every day to continue on in what I would consider sometimes the insanity of my being here in the first place. But the truth is that you have to want it so badly. So how do we inspire that? That's the question, I think, fundamentally. How do you inspire that desire that goes beyond fear and concern or the idea of intimidation or all these other things? Those are the questions that we need to ask.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate? I see the honourable member for Calgary Buffalo has risen.
Yes, not with regard to 22A, but just I have an amendment I'd like to put.
Sorry?
I have an amendment that I'd like to put at this time.
Sure. So you're speaking to Bill 29 right
That's
now.
right.
And it sounds like you want to put together an amendment? Absolutely.
Okay. I'll hand this over to Thank you. So, would you like?
Sure. Just give 1 second.
Pardon?
If the honourable member
Okay.
could please read it in for the benefit of Hansard?
Yes.
And then continue with his comments. You have 19 minutes still.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm submitting a amendment, Member Cece, to move that Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020.
Let's move this amendment.
I apologize.
Yeah.
Member from Calgary Buffalo, move that Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020 be amended in Section 15A, Part 2. That's on page 6, colleagues. A reads, in the proposed Section 147.2, bracket 3, close bracket, bracket A, close bracket, by striking out to any candidate for elections as a councillor and substituting, quote, in aggregate to candidates for election as councillors and the subsequent part of that amendment reads, B, in proposed section 147.2 bracket close 3 close bracket B, by striking out to any candidate for election as a school board trustee and substituting in aggregate to candidates for elections as school board trustees. So the explanatory notes are on page 6 with regard to how this amendment has changed the current Local Authorities Elections Act. And colleagues, if it's not clear, I'll just state that I would put this amendment because this would allow individuals in Alberta to contribute up to $5,000 to $5,000 total or in aggregate to candidates for school board and candidates for local elections. As it reads now, the proposal in Bill 29 would allow individuals to contribute up to $5,000 to as many candidates as they want in the province. And I'll just underline that again, to as many candidates as they want to contribute $5,000. That's what they can do with regard to the current proposal before us in Bill 29, not only for local council positions throughout the province, but for school board positions as well. So I know that it's hypothetical, but I'll pose it anyway because it could happen. I imagine it could happen. An individual could provide an unlimited amount to as many unlimited candidates in unlimited jurisdictions. Just to be clear, I think there's somewhere over 342 local councils in this province. There's far fewer, of course, school boards, but an individual with deep pockets could support, hypothetically, 200 candidates at the local elections throughout the province, at the council, and as many as at the local school board if they wished. And they could infuse local elections with $1 million of their own money, and it would be totally legal in this province. That will obviously have real consequences in smaller jurisdictions throughout this province because the amounts that council members in some places run on could be several $100s or a couple $1,000s, but obviously a person who is interested in influencing an election could put $5,000 behind a candidate and blow all the other candidates away. So the amendment I'm putting forward is to see $5,000 in aggregate to candidates for elections as councillors and school board trustees. And I just want to remind people in the chamber tonight that both AUMA and RMA have principles identified on their websites with regard to how they want to see the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act addressing their local elections. And they have both, at least AUMA for sure, I think RMA too, I remember reading it a couple weeks ago, have said they're interested in amendments coming forward to deal with the principles and so that the Act lines up with the principles that they've identified. And I'd submit that the $5,000 the $5,000 per candidate for as many candidates as you wish to donate to either at the local elections or the school board levels does not meet the principles that the AUMA and RMA have identified. And so I'd be really interested afterwards if the minister or could rise and speak to amendments that would line up Bill 29 with the hopes and wishes of RMA and AUMA as they've identified. So The other things that I wanted to say is that one of the principles there is that local elections should focus on local issues and not be about power in our province. And clearly, significant contributions across this province from a source or several sources working together is about power and takes away from the local issues that councillors run on, councillors speak to, and know best at their local level. So we've heard from stakeholders, I've heard from stakeholders, many are rural, that see the proposed changes to the donation limits as a challenge, and I mentioned that, to their local elections. And they aren't speaking because they're incumbents, they're speaking because they're concerned with the changes to the rules. Fundraising has always been about, at the local level, has always been about creating and maintaining relationships in our communities. And I heard the previous speaker from Chestermere talk about relationship building and how important that is. And I can speak from experience that donors who came on board with my first election in '95 for City Council stuck with me over the years. And I obviously benefited from their trust and their placing their support in me, but I think they benefited by my hard work as a councillor and my efforts to represent people in my riding and do the best job possible. And that's reflected in the fact that Calgary, and I've mentioned this in the chambers before, was voted the best city in Canada for many years running during the time that I was sitting on council. And I can remember the member from Calgary, is it Montrose over there, saying that his father, saying at many celebrations we were at together, or ribbon cuttings we were at together, that Alberta was, well, Canada was the best country in the world, and Alberta was the best country, province in the country, and he would be proudly say that Calgary was the best city in the province. And he said that over and over and over again during his, I'm sure it was 20-some years of representing the people of the riding that he represented, which was in East Calgary. So anyway, the focus has always been on local issues at the local level, and I believe that changing it with regard to the proposal in Bill 29 will defocus it from the local issues and make it about more systemic issues in this province, which I don't think will necessarily benefit the province. And so we're not very, if the changes aren't adopted in terms of a $5,000 aggregate limit, for instance, 10 people with $25,000 can pool their money, support candidates, perhaps for mayors in Red Deer and Medicine Hat, in Lac La Biche, in Grand Prairie, and they can give them all $25,000. It's absolutely going to change the way elections take place at the mayoralty level as well as on council. The proposed legislation will drastically change things in this province. In BC, they have local contribution limits of $1,200 per donor, and that's an aggregate amount. In Ontario, the individual limit is $1,200 to any one candidate, but there's an aggregate of $5,000 from any donor in that election. Raising the limit and allowing for unlimited contributions, like I've suggested, absolutely will, as I say, put a change in this province's local, municipal, and school board elections, which won't be for the better. And I don't think they benefit Albertans, as I'm trying to suggest. I think they benefit people who would try and move some sort of agenda. For instance, with $5,000, a person can get into a campaign for the sole purpose of working against perhaps the incumbent or perhaps a front runner in the race. And we've seen that before in this province at the provincial level, and it's not something we want to see recreated at the local level. Kamikaze campaigns have no place in this province. I've kept the $5,000 aggregate contribution because I don't see that as horribly different than the $4,000 that was there before, but it does limit the number of candidates one person can support, because if they want some meaningful support to go behind candidates, the aggregate of $5,000 has to be split up. I do believe that this does level the playing field, particularly in rural Alberta, to ensure those elections are won on values and not access, as I said, to for instance, in Grand Prairie, a municipal election there typically is in a couple $1,000 range. A $5,000 amount of money to as many candidates in Grand Prairie as you want to support will absolutely alter elections in that community so that they won't be the same ever again. I do want to touch on consultations with municipalities that was mentioned by the previous speaker, and say that in my consultations with municipalities, they're not thrilled with this. As many people as you want to support, you can support up to $5,000. So I sincerely hope there'll be amendments coming forward with that regard. There are things in this bill, of course, that are worth supporting, and the inability to accumulate monies, donations, and build those up over time is a good thing. I think that alone will assist in leveling the playing field between newcomers and people who are running for the second or third or fourth time who are in the position. And I just want to say around incumbency, my experience has been that there has been challenges in Calgary in particular, and I heard the minister talk about, I think it was 3 in the last 10 years, but if you go back further than that, there are many sitting aldermen who have lost their seats over particular issues in those ridings or those wards. And in the first election I was in an open one, but a ward, but there were two incumbents who lost out to challengers who weren't known to any great degree, but people judged those aldermen at the time they're called on their merits, and they lost their elections. You know, it's not something that, and it happened repeated times over the course of my tenure there. So I do want to say that goes on. I believe that incumbents who address the needs of their ward are good in that regard, do get reoffered, or they do get reelected. The other thing I wanted to say about, you know, the incumbency is the thing that really increased the number of percentage of people coming to the polls in municipal elections was, in my experience, the openness of a mayoralty race. If there was an open race for mayors, you saw the percentage of voter turnout kick up 10 or 15% from where it was previously running. And sometimes it was around 30% for municipal elections. But when it was a mayor's election, it really ignited the interest of people in community and got them out to the polls to vote for who they wanted to see as mayor. So that's a really big thing in getting people to the polls. Open races for the mayor, and obviously open races for wards too, but not as much as the mayor. I'm not of the view that we can see $5,000 contributions to, and it shouldn't say any candidate, it should say as many candidates as you can afford, but it does say any candidate for election as councillor and city trustee. That's like I'm almost flabbergasted that we would be going in that direction, because I think it lends itself to difficulty, and the difficulty is that you'll get people working to put together slates or put together issues across the province that really have nothing to do with local elections, and the local councillors focusing on local elections will then have to deal with, I'm not even sure what those issues might be. They might be something that takes councils in a totally different direction than they've usually been in with regard to addressing the needs of their local citizenry. So I think there's good sense in this amendment, and I certainly hope all of you look at it with the view that we want to keep local elections just that way, and have people in local towns, cities, and counties and summer villages focus on the candidate and the issues they're bringing to address the concerns of their local community. And I'm not saying a $5,000 contribution to a candidate in Grand Prairie will suddenly turn the scales, but I'm saying it's something that puts a totally different look to and questions why those candidates are dealing with somebody in Calgary who wants to give them a contribution in Grand Prairie. Like, what business is it the person in Calgary around a Grand Prairie local election? And perhaps people have views about that, and they think that it is their business in Calgary to be influencing Lac La Biche's election. But I certainly don't understand what reason you would get involved with a local election, aside from some of the earlier comments I made. So, Mr. Chair, those are my concerns and my amendment that's before you, and I certainly hope to hear more debate about this well-reasoned amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister for Municipal Affairs has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor for me to be able to speak to the amendment put forward by the member from Calgary-Buffalo, but also to speak broadly about Bill 29, the Local Authorities Elections Amendment Act 2020. Mr. Chair, I fully support the changes that Bill 29 makes, and many other Albertans do as well. All Albertans, Mr. Chair, understand the need for fair and democratic elections in our province. Unfortunately, we have seen levels of voter participation erode in our local elections, suggesting voters have lost confidence in the democratic process at the local level. Something that should concern all of us, and what should be the closest level of politics to our citizens have become something that they have somehow given up on. There are many reasons for this, though, not the least of which is the enormous advantage that incumbents have over political newcomers. Mr. Speaker, I think this is an issue that I can fairly speak on. As many of you in this House know, up until 2019, I wasn't a known household name in the political environment. But, Bill 29's main goal is actually to make sure that those folks who have been disadvantaged from being able to participate in elections have the grant leveled for them so that our local elections can be fair, democratic, meaningful, and competitive. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I have been paying attention, obviously, to some of the debates in this House since the introduction of Bill 29. And the members opposite have raised many concerns about Bill 29, one of them being the amendment in Bill 29 that will allow donors to contribute $5,000 per candidate across our province. You know, Mr. Chair, on June 24th, I believe it was the member from Calgary Buffalo, who wrote a tweet about Bill 29 and said that big money, dark money, American-style super PACs, less transparency. Did I mention big, dark money? That was a tweet by the member from Calgary Buffalo. Whilst we can agree that this wasn't an eloquent critique, but it was a critique nonetheless. So a lot of concern has been raised about how this legislation will introduce money into our local elections, which is at the heart of the amendment that the member from Calgary Buffalo has put forward. But the fact remains, Mr. Chair, that elections cost money. Unless, of course, we believe they should be publicly financed, which some have suggested. But this bill isn't anything close to the allegations that have been made by members opposite, and certainly by the member from Calgary Buffalo, that this opens the floodgate to big money. Nothing can be further from the truth. Under the current system, to be clear, under the current system, donors can give up to a maximum of $4,000 to a candidate of their choice. Under our proposed changes, they can give up to a maximum of $5,000 to a candidate of their choice, but they can also give up to a maximum of $5,000 to other candidates if they so choose. Mr. Chair, as someone who is new to politics, who ran from Edmonton Southwest, who took on the NDP established candidate, took on former members of the legislature in nomination. As I was saying before, my interest is to make sure that folks like myself, newcomers, women, folks from various diverse groups, have the chance to take on the established candidate, the unions. Mr. Chair, just to be clear, in Southwest, on the northern part of the Southwest, I encountered big money in my own constituency. There are certain neighborhoods where you go to, on those streets, you have the union members open up their homes. The member from Edmonton Glenora, I counted her several times on the north part of my constituency, the Hamptons, with their union members, opening up their homes to, campaign. So this bill, Mr. Chair, in fact, its intent is to provide a fundraising flexibility because in the end, we legislate for the people. We do not legislate for the big unions. we legislate to make sure that the ordinary people have the ability to participate in our democratic process. You know, Mr. Chair, Calgary Mayor Nenshi, 2017 campaign period, revenue was almost $650,000. The Edmonton Mayor, Don Iverson's campaign in 2017 had a budget of just under $400,000. But you never hear the NDP talk about any of these things. They talk about big money. But I challenge them to show me where any of them took to Twitter or the media to complain about these hundreds of thousands of dollars by some of our municipal leaders in the previous elections. So, Mr. Chair, having a system of fundraising that only benefits established, well-connected candidates or incumbents does a great deal of disservice to political newcomers. If that is the goal of the members opposite, that we can agree with. The question is, how do we achieve that goal? How do we accomplish that purpose? To ensure that newcomers are not wiped out by well-oiled, established candidates with a war chase, household names, who can fundraise as easy as possible. So, Mr. Chair, we have also had concerns about moving, the disclosure due date until after elections are over. I want to be clear. There is no other jurisdiction in Canada that mandates early disclosure for local elections. And neither was the case before 2018. This was a change made by the NDP in 2018. Up until then, again, I have gone through the record of most of the critics of this particular bill to see whether or not prior to 2018 they were on record. And I couldn't find anything. But what is important is that there is no municipal jurisdiction in this country with that requirement. And the question that I have for the members opposite is, why all of a sudden, in 2018, it became a problem? As far as I know, Mr. Chair, this change remains consistent with the members opposite what they are already doing. Each and every one of us here ran in the provincial election, and we get the opportunity to disclose, to make our financial disclosures post the election. That is consistent with, virtually every other jurisdiction in this country. We have also heard from the members opposite about concerns with respect to increasing diversity on council, something that I share with members opposite, and how these proposed changes in Bill 29 would make that impossible. Again, I want to be clear. I fully support taking steps to increase representation of people of color and women on councils across our province. And that's why we are talking about this legislation today. A legislation that would make it easier for political newcomers to raise money and run their campaigns with less red tape and challenge a seasoned incumbent for office. As I said, Mr. Chair, we must remember that in this province, we have to do everything we can to encourage diversity in our councils, in this legislature. And that is why, Mr. Chair, I am proud of my colleagues. When we ran in 2019, we had a lot of women, as my colleague, the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Study of Women earlier alluded. we had strong, principled women sought our nomination in 2019. We had in Edmonton Glenora, Marjorie Newman. We had in Edmonton Rutherford, Hannah Presa-Kachuk. We had in McClung, Laurier Moseson. We had in West Henday, Nicole Williams. We had in Highland Norwood, Lila Hall. And we also had in Edmonton South, another friend of mine, Tunda Basan. So we had a culture, on this side of the aisle, we have a culture of encouraging women and folks like myself to participate in the democratic process. And that is something that I want to deepen. That's something I want to encourage. And so this bill is something I have reflected a lot upon. And I've asked myself what were some of the things that allowed me in Southwest, to compete in a nomination against folks who were well known in the political circle. For those who don't know, my opponent from the NDP spent 22 years with the CBC. No. And was a senior advisor to the then Premier and the former Minister of Transportation, Brian Mason. So the members opposite poured all of their resources in Southwest. And I've reflected and asked myself, what was it that I did that was helpful? And I've tried to ensure that those things are reflected in this bill. So that when the unions out there pours out their dark money, as the member from Calgary-Buffalo would like to say, that particular candidate that doesn't have the support of that dark money is able to solicit $5 here and there across our province. It doesn't have to be $5,000. It doesn't have to be $2,000. But that flexibility, I had friends from Grand Prairie, from Westlock, from Wood Buffalo, from Calgary, from Edmonton, from rural Alberta. Send in $5, $10, $20. Take a look. Go to Elections Alberta, take a look at my disclosure, take a look at where the money comes from across our province. It made a lot of difference.
Oh, I guarantee they already did.
It made a lot of difference across our province. So if the goal is for diversity, we must provide the flexibility for folks like myself to go after the big money that the member from Calgary, Buffalo is talking about.
Big union money.
So, Mr. Chair, while I hope to see more women represented on council, many women who possess strong free market values and ideals have been successful. And I am thinking about the mayor of Red Deer, Terraville, the mayor of Whitecourt, Marian Chichak, Edmonton City Councillor Bev Esslinger, and Woodland County Reeve, Amber Link. Some great women candidates have been successful. These changes, Mr. Chair, will make it easier for even more to have a good chance of becoming successful. And I don't want us to ever lose sight of that. Another change that I think will be very helpful to folks like myself and for diversity in our municipal elections is what I have proposed, which is to eliminate the ability of incumbent to carry large war chest over from election to election. And this is something that the members opposite, while they were in office, had the opportunity to have done. But they did not do that. They made a change in 2018. If their concern was to level the ground, if that is truly their intent, if their concern was to attract folks from various backgrounds, the number one thing they could have done in the changes that they made in 2019 was to ensure that incumbents don't have that masked war chase. But they didn't do that. And that speaks for them. That tells you everything you need to know about the motivation for members opposite. The other thing, I think, that they should have done, was to make sure that there is flexibility for folks to be able to raise money and remove a lot of administrative bottleneck so that those folks that they are concerned about have the opportunity to focus on their campaigns. They didn't do any of those things. None of those things they did not do. None. So that tells you that all their interest boils down to legislating for their big union friends.
Gil McGowan, the boss of their operation.
Again, Mr. Chair, I am very disappointed that the NDP member from Calgary-Buffalo, who happens to be my critic on this particular file, who declared this legislation to be a windfall for big money, opposes this Bill 29. After all, he called Bill 29 and every other bill being debated before the floor of this particular House bad for Alberta and bad for the people of Alberta. So this shows that this member, who is my critic in this chamber, isn't all interested in getting this right. And listen, I know that the member from Calgary-Buffalo means well, when he says that, he is interested in making sure that we level the ground. But the difficulty I've always had with the NDP is oftentimes they say some of the things that you would want to hear. And I have said that talk is the easiest thing to do. Action is the more difficult thing to do. I have heard them in this chamber. I have sat here in the last 1.5 years. I have sat here and listened to each and every one of them. I will give it to them. They like to talk about the things that ordinary folks can follow. But when it comes to doing that same thing, it's a different question entirely. And I will use the example of Carden as a typical example. Beginning from 2015 to 2016, 17, 18,
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton City Centre has risen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Bill 29 and the amendment in front of us, looking to change from $5,000 for as many candidates as an individual wishes to $5,000 in aggregate. Now, I appreciate the debate I've heard so far from members of members of the government so far this evening. And indeed, I know the Minister of Municipal Affairs means well when he says he wants to level the ground and level the playing field. Indeed, sometimes members of the government, they say some of the things people want to hear. But indeed, as the minister said, actions speak louder than words. Now, I appreciate that the minister may in fact feel that this bill he has brought forward and the actions that he is taking are doing the right thing. And that this, in fact, is the way to increase diversity, to make it more challenging for incumbents. But in my view, I apologize, that's the minister's view, but I have to disagree. Now, I begin by talking about the fact that we heard the Minister for culture, multiculturalism status of women, talking earlier about the need to make things more challenging for incumbents. Can't have too many incumbents. We've got to make sure that we don't have folks sitting in office for too long. The Minister of Municipal Affairs has talked about this several times too, in the media and again here in the House. I would note that their leader, the Premier, first ran for office in 1997. He ran in 7 consecutive elections as an incumbent, holding a seat as an MP, serving as a cabinet minister, a parliamentary secretary, and sitting in opposition. Because the thing is, Mr. Chair, it's not that the government is concerned about incumbents, they're concerned about incumbents that don't agree with them or that they don't like. That's why we keep hearing them talk about Mayor Nenshi. They cannot stand the fact that Calgary has had a progressive mayor. That's why they complain about some councillors on Calgary City Council. That's why they choose to meet with only particular councillors sometimes when they're there, only the conservative ones. So let's be clear, this bill is not about some idealistic view that we want to lower incumbency, because that is indeed not the legacy of conservative government in this province. And indeed, what did we see when conservatives had the opportunity to decide the playing field for funding in this province and for political fundraising? We saw no efforts to try to level that playing field for 44 years, Mr. Chair. Way back when they were able to raise, the individuals were able to contribute $15,000 in a non-election year. An additional $15,000, total of $30,000 during an election year. No effort from conservatives in this province, Mr. Chair, to level that playing field, to make it easier for incumbents to be beaten. Now, I appreciate what the minister was talking about. I, too, beat an incumbent. Someone who had held the seat for 18 years. I didn't expect to win, but I had that opportunity, and I've been thankful for it, and then I had the position of being the incumbent in 2019. So those tables turn very quickly, Mr. Chair. And what we choose to do in the time that we were in office and in between, as the minister said, actions do speak louder than words. Now, the minister was also speaking and talking about how this bill makes it easier for newcomers to raise money with less red tape. He talked about how this was going to increase diversity, and he gave an example of saying, well, with this bill, now friends from across the province could donate to support his campaign. And indeed, that's a laudable thing, Mr. Chair. I've had the opportunity to do some fundraising across the province, indeed, too. And that is a helpful thing. And it was perfectly possible before this bill was introduced. This bill does nothing to change that, other than raising the amount of money that can be donated. So it was perfectly possible for a candidate, any candidate, to solicit donations from their friend in Grand Prairie or from Calgary or Medicine Hat or here in Edmonton before this bill was introduced. However, there were limits on the amount of that money. Because let's be clear, Mr. Chair, money does not equal democracy. As I said, we saw under previous conservative governments where Alberta was the Wild West for political donations. Corporations, unions, everybody could donate. Limits were sky high, party spending was sky high. And we got the same party in government for 44 years. Multiple incumbent MLAs serving in their seats for years. It was considered a legacy, Mr. Chair. You want to talk about people feeling discouraged about participating in the political process in the province of Alberta? That's what it was like in the waning years of the PC legacy here in the province of Alberta. That's one of the reasons I got involved, is because people felt so hopeless and discouraged and felt that there was no possible way they could unseat that government. In part because of the deep pockets and the corporate friends and all of the people who were pouring money into that party and their political campaigns. Money does not equal democracy. Money does not equal opportunity. Money is not the great leveler of the playing field, at least not endless amounts of it. In my view, Mr. Chair, having reasonable limits on the amount that could be raised, the amount that can be spent, amounts that are attainable by all individuals, whether they have corporate friends with deep pockets, or support of a union, or support of whatever. That is what levels the playing field, particularly in our municipal politics, which is the most basic level, which in Alberta generally has been free of party politics and party interference. Now, let's be clear, I'm not naive. I'm well aware that there have been municipal candidates at multiple levels in multiple jurisdictions who have been supported by one party or another, and certainly people have drifted between provincial and municipal politics. But in general, municipal politics has been more free of partisan politics. And what we have in this bill, Mr. Chair, is trying to open those floodgates again, to allow those who have the deepest pockets, who have the most money, to have more influence. And sure, Mr. Chair, sure, it could be anybody, I suppose, from any background who might have those friends, who might get the blessing of the corporate donors or the friends of the government or the friends of the UCP, the kinds of people that contributed to the Shaping Alberta PAC, or perhaps merit contractors, maybe some of the folks from the Used Car Association of Alberta, because those folks were there too, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Minister of Municipal Affairs. And a few people opening up their homes to hold a political fundraiser, Mr. Speaker, is not dark money. Don't try to tell me that there were no business people doing exactly the same thing in support of this government. Let's not be naive here. What I see when I look at this bill is this government trying to set themselves up to put the thumb on the scale in the next election. For the kind of kamikaze campaign we saw, that coordination between the Premier's leadership campaign and Mr. Jeff Callaway's, a well-documented one. And this bill basically sets up the opportunity for that to happen in any race, in any candidate, any mayoral race across the province of Alberta, by saying anyone could donate $5,000 to as many candidates as they want. So those that can afford to donate to multiple political campaigns, which I can tell you is not many Albertans, Mr. Chair. It isn't me. They get to wield more influence and more democracy. And let's talk about third-party advertising, Mr. Chair, ripping the cap off that as well. Significant increase in the amounts that can be spent and can be put in. And again, Mr. Chair, putting in more money does not equal more democracy. It does not equal a more level playing field. Reasonable limits on spending does that, because that keeps it within the grasp of everyone. And as I was saying, municipal politics is the closest to the ground, the most available opportunity for individuals to get involved in their democracy. And what I see this government doing, Mr. Chair, is trying to make it more like the old PC days of old, more like the provincial level, where that is where, Mr. Chair, people are getting jaded and turned off. If this government, if this minister truly wants people to feel more engaged, then lower the bar and make it easier and take the big influence out. Because, these members have been talking about, their door knocking and their community engagement, and indeed, I did that too, Mr. Chair. That's why I got involved in this, because I was tired of people feeling that politicians did not listen to them, that there was no point in getting engaged because they could not make a difference because they didn't have the kind of money and influence that friends of the government did. And I'll tell you, Mr. Chair, having higher donation limits in 2015 would not have made it easier for me to run. Because I didn't have those connections. I'd been a party member for less than 6 months. If you want to get more people engaged, if you want to get a wider diversity of people involved and able to run, then make the money less important, Mr. Chair. That is why Parity YEG spoke up and why they wrote and why they made their submission. I think we can trust them to know what they're talking about. I have not heard a single group devoted to diversity and expanding engagement and opportunity in this province speak in favor of this bill. Not one. I invite government members to correct me if I'm wrong. Because I think many of these members, Mr. Chair, know exactly what they're doing. And they can stand and they can make excuses. And perhaps they can even convince themselves that this is the right thing to do because we need to get more of the right people in charge, like we are. But it doesn't mean that what they're doing, Mr. Chair, is right. And it certainly does not mean that this is going to do anything to improve democracy in the province of Alberta. Indeed, I'm quite convinced it'll be absolutely the opposite. But hey, this government has the majority. They have the ability to push this legislation through, and I suppose we will see in the election next year. Of course, we won't see until the election's actually done because they're taking away the transparency. That's red tape, Mr. Chair. Let me tell you, that does not encourage diversity or more engagement. I can tell you, your average Albertan would probably like to know a lot more about who is donating to a particular candidate before they vote for them than afterwards. Finding someone getting into office and then finding afterwards that they were supported by a bunch of corporate interests or a bunch of individuals who have way more money and influence than you, there is something that's going to give you a jaded voter, Mr. Chair, and turn people off from voting and convince people that they don't want to be involved in the democratic process. That is the cynical decision that this government is making. I truly hope that this minister and this government truly believe what they're saying and that they are just badly mistaken. I do not have that trust of this premier. Not after we've seen how he operates and how he runs his elections and how he runs his campaigns. But I suppose we will see next year, Mr. Chair, what kind of democracy, what kind of action, the results of the actions that this government takes. And then I suppose we will see their true intent. Thank you.
Honourable Government House Leader has risen.
On this important piece of legislation, it's my privilege to be able to speak to it. I certainly support it. I do not support NDP amendments that are coming forward on this legislation today, but I did listen with interest to the honourable member from Edmonton Centre's comments this evening. I found it quite shocking, some of the things that he had to say, particularly the fact that he continues to gloss over the NDP's role when it comes to dark money in politics, as well as that honourable member who was a member of the previous NDP government, the government who, of course, was fired by Albertans just over a year ago. But for some of the new colleagues, both sides of the aisle that are in the chamber, they won't know some of the things that took place in the 29th legislature when election laws were handled by the former NDP government. The former NDP government, Mr. Chair, you, of course, were not a member of the 29th legislature, so you would not have seen it, but one of the standing jokes would be, what is the electoral reform bill of this session from the NDP? Because every legislative session, they would bring in an election reform bill, and then they would come to the next session and they'd have to bring in another bill to try to fix the mistakes that they made in the last bill, Mr. Speaker, or a couple of the bills along the way that they tried to stop the Honourable the Premier from uniting the Conservative movement or being able to bring together the largest provincial political party in Canadian history to ultimately, which of course was their demise of the NDP, but they would bring in a bill every time to try to stop the process. But most famously when they started, Mr. Chair, their very first bill was around when we all voted to get rid of big money in politics. It was supported by the Legacy Wild Rose Party and by the Legacy Progressive Conservative Party inside this chamber, as well as the NDP Party, and it was done by an all-party committee. I happen to be a member of that committee that worked over a summer to be able to come up with the reforms that we saw around donations that ultimately would fit within that legislation. Unfortunately, though, Mr. Chair, the NDP at the time spent the entire summer in that committee attempting to get motions passed to get them to the chamber floor, to get taxpayers to pay for their campaign expenses.
Horrible.
That was their focus at the time. They wanted to get taxpayers subsidized campaign expenses for the NDP. Nothing bigger, no bigger money in politics than government money in politics, Mr. Speaker. And of course, the opposition fought tooth and nail and managed to convince the NDP that they should not do that. I suspect it was the backlash that was happening all across Alberta about the idea of them having big money in politics, i.e. taking taxpayer dollars to pay for their campaign expenses. Now, it was shocking. I see the honourable member from Edmonton-Whitemud smiling. She probably really wished that they got that passed. It would have been a little easier probably to fundraise in Edmonton-Whitemud if you're an NDP candidate, if you had the taxpayers paying for your expenses, but they did not.
Thank God.
Now, but what they did do was they left loopholes to make sure that their NDP union friends, and I've had the interesting experience of having to be an observer once at an NDP convention a couple of years ago. Me and a couple staff had to be assigned to do that. And they do it a little different than we do, the convention. It was interesting. And they put their observers in the middle of the room, kind of, not quite the middle, about 3/4 of the way up. And they surround you by a rope. And for those of you who in the chamber know, he's going to get a kick. He's not going to be happy I put his name in Hansard tonight, but I'll do it. It's Matt Wolf and my press secretary and me who was stuck at the NDP convention. And it was interesting. We enjoyed it. They were very good to us. But they've kept us in behind a rope. We do let the NDP observers move outside of the rope, but we're just different. But it was shocking, Mr. Chair, that the entire place was union representatives. I'd never seen anything like that in my life. I'd heard stories of what it was like. I knew the legal structure of the NDP party because I've spoken about it in this chamber many times. The fact that they're the same party as the federal party legally, they're connected 100%, the same organization, and that guys like Gil McGowan have automatic seats on the board. I mean, individuals who call Christian and other religious families who want to send their kids to religious schools nut bars, they have automatic seats there. But to see it with your own eyes, to see it just packed with union representatives, you knew within minutes who was in charge inside that assembly, Mr. Speaker. It was the unions. And that's the big money that the NDP continued bill after bill after bill to keep in politics. In fact, that committee, which was struck, the committee, at the beginning of the 29th legislature that dealt with election issues like we're talking about today, that was struck, actually voted unanimously, including NDP members, and there was a lot of different members, Mr. Chair. It's not like this legislature where we have a governing party and the opposition party. Back then we had multiple parties inside the chamber at different times during the 29th legislature. I think we had 4 or 5 different parties inside this chamber, but every one of those parties' representatives on that all-party committee voted to deal with PACs. They voted to deal with PACs. And in fact, they sent a recommendation to the chamber and to the government of the day to deal with PACs. And the NDP chose to ignore that recommendation, to shut down the committee for doing the work, even shut down their own committee members who voted for it, to block them from dealing with PACs. Now, why was that, Mr. Chair? Well, as we've seen already with some of the things that are in the record in this chamber, I won't get into them today, it shows the fact that the big unions continue to put millions of dollars into the political system to support their NDP friends. Now, it didn't work. Outside of Edmonton, it certainly did not work. We already knew that, though. That's why I got to tell you, we weren't too concerned about it, but it could have worked in a different environment where the union could have been able to interfere with it. That's big politics. They don't want to that's big money in politics. They don't really want to get big money out of politics, otherwise they would have dealt with it then. But what's even more shocking is that honourable member spent the entire time talking about provincial politics. And the piece of legislation that's before this House is municipal politics, not provincial politics. That honourable member referred to nominations. The NDP don't even have open nominations, as far as I'm aware. Their candidates can't fundraise for themselves. They have to fundraise through the central party. Socialist process, it's their process. Good for them. Our party does things different. We have open nominations. That's why we end up with great candidates. And we fundraise for ourselves inside our constituencies. We work with volunteers and we build political operations inside our constituency and create movements inside our constituency. The NDP do it a different way, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. That's having differences within the political system. You know, the NDP focus on rigged nominations and central control of the money that it takes place. We do know, whipping all their votes. We have free votes. There's differences with the party. But the reality is this has nothing to do with the piece of legislation that the honourable member has, the honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has brought forward in the chamber. But for 20 minutes, you listened to that honourable member talk about provincial politics and not about the bill. You know why that is, Mr. Chair? It's because he's got no argument about the bill. $5,000 donations. Putting in rules to make sure that the donations will be handled appropriately and we can have municipal elections. The reality is, Mr. Chair, the NDP just want to talk about anything except for the bill that's before the House because they got no argument against the bill that's for the House, which is why you spend 20 minutes talking about provincial elections. I'm happy to talk about provincial elections, particularly the last one where the NDP got fired by Albertans and the United Conservative Party, a party I'm proud to be a founding member of. In fact, the lead negotiator for one side of the unity agreement that created that party. Happy to talk about that anytime that you want to talk about that. It's a great memory for me. Great memory for many people inside this chamber, but nothing to do with the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs bill. But that's all the member can talk about, the member from Edmonton Centre. That's all he can talk about. Because their approach, Mr. Chair, and it's unfortunate that this is their approach because it does a disservice to the process. It does a disservice to their constituents. It does a disservice to Albertans because they don't focus on the legislation to make sure that we can get it right. Because they have an important job, Mr. Chair. They are Her Majesty's loyal opposition. They are the official opposition of this chamber. I know they struggle with it because they're still very angry with Albertans for firing them, and they don't trust Albertans. They're team angry. But we need them to get over that, Mr. Chair, because we need them to help the Minister of Municipal Affairs get a good piece of legislation through this House. We're depending on them to do their job. But when they come into the chamber and they spend their time talking about issues that have nothing to do with the legislation, it does it a disservice. So, Mr. Chair, in closing, I will say this. Congratulations through you. Congratulations to the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs. If that's all the NDP can come up with, you must have brought a pretty good piece of legislation through the House, Mr. Speaker. And I suspect that it will pass shortly because, from what I can tell, there's no concerns with it at all. If we're going to spend all our time talking about the NDP's old process for where they tried to manipulate provincial elections, that clearly means the Minister of Municipal Affairs' bill is excellent, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly hope everybody here will support him in that piece of legislation, and I do hope that the NDP will take some time to actually read the legislation that they're debating in the House to understand and to know, Mr. Speaker, in closing on this bill, that this bill is about municipal elections, Mr. Speaker, not about provincial elections, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about municipal councillors and municipal politicians that will run in elections, not about provincial politicians, and not about provincial elections, Mr. Speaker. It's about municipal. There are no nominations in municipal elections, so I'm not sure why we would talk about that there. Though one day I'd be happy to talk about the process the NDP did to try to derail nominations, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair. But as you can see from the great colleagues that I have with me now inside the legislature, it didn't work. They weren't able to derail our nomination process, and we brought some of the best MLAs that have ever served inside this chamber. I'm proud to be here with them. But, Mr. Speaker, or Chair, I should say, I just want them to know that. And if they could take a few moments maybe to step back and look, they'll see it's a municipal election act, not a provincial election act, Mr. Speaker, and they should look at it with that effect because they'll be able to help the Minister of Municipal Affairs, Mr. Speaker. But again, through you to him, great job, because all the NDP can come up with is talking about an act that has nothing to do with this act, Mr. Chair. So I suggest, why don't we pass it, because it seems they agree with it.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud has risen.
29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act. Now, Mr. Chair, I'd actually thought that I would have the opportunity to speak right after the member from Edmonton City Centre, and I was going to say that it's quite a daunting task to speak after the member from Edmonton City Centre, because as the members in this House know, he is a formidable debater, formidable communicator, and sometimes it can be quite intimidating to speak after such a persuasive and powerful speaker. Luckily, though, Mr. Chair, I don't have that concern because I got to speak right after the government House Leader, and considering his debate skills are severely lacking, it's no problem at all, and I don't feel daunted or intimidated at all to speak after the so-called honourable government House Leader. So, on that note, Mr. Speaker,
Is that a point of order?
A point of order has been called. The Honourable Member for Brooks Medicine Hat.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, on 29HI and J, I know the member from Edmonton Whitemud wouldn't honestly be doing this, but it seems to me that she's imputing, she's trying to create disorder with languages like the so-called honourable member, which is directly referring to the member for Rimbey Rocky Mountain House Sundre and the government House Leader. I would expect that she would retract that, but I guess we'll see.
Are there to respond?
Here, here.
Please continue.
You did something right.
So, Mr. Chair, as I was saying, it is a pleasure to rise and speak after the Honourable Government House Leader, because certainly I already had a number of remarks that I hoped to make with respect to the amendment put forward by my colleague, the member from Calgary-Buffalo, but certainly the Government House Leader and several of the government speakers actually have given me a lot more to comment on. I'd like to begin responding to a couple of the comments from the government House Leader in particular. It was very entertaining, Mr. Chair, to hear him speak so spiritedly, so early on in the evening. I'm sure he will get more spirited as the evening goes on, but to speak so spiritedly about his absolute shock and horror, and I don't even know exactly what he was referencing, but something about, a party taking taxpayer money for partisan purposes. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm just trying to think, do we have a more, direct and recent example of that currently in this session? And I do believe we do, Mr. Chair. In fact, although the government doesn't like to speak about it, I think Albertans are fully aware, and Canadian taxpayers across the country are fully aware, that they actually, through their taxpayer dollars, did support the United Conservative Party through the federal wage subsidy. They were very happy to take taxpayer dollars for their partisan purposes, Mr. Chair. So I'm not even sure what the government House Leader was speaking to, but apparently it's something he's in support of. Apparently the entire government is in support of taking taxpayer dollars for partisan purposes. I don't think Alberta taxpayers or Canadian taxpayers support that, and certainly we've seen lots of correspondence to that effect. But also it was interesting to hear the government House Leader raise the number of times apparently when the NDP was in party that they made changes to Elections Acts, bringing it back a couple of times. And again, Mr. Speaker, it's just been over a year since the current government was elected, and yet how many times has the Public Health Act come before this legislature for amendment? And in fact, we also have a committee reviewing it. But of course, every time that the elections-related legislation was changed by the NDP was because there was consultation and discussion. And guess what? That legislation, changes to legislation at the provincial level, and yes, at the municipal level, made significant changes to level the playing field, Mr. Chair, with respect to elections. So I, again, don't see why the government House Leader has any concerns with bringing legislation repeatedly before this House for amendment. His own government has done it a number of times already, and we're very early on in the session. So thank you. I'm simply responding, Mr. Chair. I see a little bit of a question on your face. I'm simply responding to the comments from the previous speaker. But today I'd like to speak to the amendment because, of course, it was brought forward with very thoughtful consideration to Bill 29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020, and it speaks to something that we have raised multiple times already, Mr. Chair, in this House. In fact, I had the opportunity to raise this concern already with respect to debate on Bill 29, and I'm doing it again because my colleague has brought forward a very thoughtful amendment to limit the total aggregate amount that an individual can make as a donation to a candidate in a local municipal election cycle. Now, what's interesting, Mr. Speaker, is I think actually the government should be very much in support of this. So this is simply saying what I actually heard the Minister of Transportation say repeatedly in Bill 29 debate, and I've seen a number of UCP staff circulate it on social media about this is not such a big change in Bill 29, simply changing it from $4,000 to $5,000, and what's the big deal? Of course, what they don't talk about, Mr. Chair, is that the change in Bill 29 as it currently stands is not just changing it from $4,000 to $5,000 total that an individual can make a donation in a year in a municipal election or school board election, but actually it's about $5,000 to an unlimited number of candidates in that year. So really, it is actually an unlimited amount they can donate to every candidate in every municipal election across the province if an individual would so seek. So it's actually a significant change. Not only that, of course, Mr. Chair, as you know, the change is also that they can make donations after Election Day as well, so an additional $5,000. So really, despite the fact that we're not hearing a significant amount of defense of that provision, of why it's necessary to significantly increase the amount of dollars that an individual can donate to a municipal or school board election in a campaign, I assume the reason why we're not hearing a vigorous defense of that provision of bringing in large money into local elections is actually because perhaps the government didn't understand their own bill. Certainly, if you'd go by the words of the Minister of Transportation on this bill, he clearly didn't understand it. He thought the change was only increasing from $4,000 total in a year to $5,000. So we're here with a very helpful amendment to clarify and help some of the members of the government side who are unclear about the impact of this legislation. Now, I listened with great interest, of course, to all the speakers on the government side today, this evening. I do actually want to make a quick shout out because the Minister of Municipal Affairs did mention a number of the women candidates who ran for the UCP in the 2019 election, and I know it's simply by omission, so I simply want to put her name on the record because Elizabeth Hughes was the woman who ran in Edmonton-Whitemud for the UCP against me in the 2019 election, and so I simply want to acknowledge that she was another strong female candidate who ran in the 2019 election for the UCP. I'll share a quick story, Mr. Chair, about that. We had a very, I think, a wonderful campaign and election period in Edmonton-Whitemud. For the most part, very respectful, definitely within the candidates, between the candidates, very respectful. And about 3 weeks into that 4-week formal election period, there was a Saturday night fundraising event that I found myself at the same time as Elizabeth Hughes, the UCP candidate. And by this point, of course, Mr. Chair, as you appreciate, you've done this process as well. Everybody was pretty exhausted. We've been door knocking fiercely for months, even, of course, prior to the campaign period starting. And I remember looking at her across at another table, and Ms. Hughes is also a parent of kids, a little bit older than mine, but she has 3 children. And I remember thinking, if anybody else in this room is as tired as I am, it's her. She's going to understand how exhausting it is, and I actually went over and we had a wonderful conversation commiserating about the fact that, yes, it is a long trek and it is a tough trek to go through an election period. And so I would like to simply acknowledge Elizabeth Hughes as well as a strong woman candidate who ran in Edmonton-Whitemud, and I was proud to run against her. I would also like to talk about a little bit of what I've been hearing and the comments made by the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women about her experiences. She spoke about the provincial election significantly in her comments, and I don't think the Government House Leader had any issues with that. But certainly she spoke to it, and she talked about the support she provided to other female candidates and how important that was for her, and that's wonderful. And in fact, I think it is very important for women to support each other and to run and encourage women to run for office. It's something that I've taken incredibly seriously in my own life. It's work that I've done long before I decided to run for office myself. And it's a job I get to continue on now in an elected capacity. And in fact, the Minister of Children's Services and I both had the honor of serving as mentors for Ask Her YYC just last week. They're putting on a Prepare Her program, which is a series of workshops workshops and seminars for women who are thinking of running in the upcoming Calgary municipal election, and to talk about various issues. And we very much, I thought it was a fantastic experience and something I can hope to continue to do. And during that conversation, it was interesting because, we all went off in our breakout groups with these potential candidates. And we came back, and the Minister of Children's Services was asked to comment on the changes in Bill 29. Because, of course, Mr. Chair, again, we've been talking about it quite a bit, but Ask Her YYC, as well as Parity YEG, did put forward a joint statement issuing or indicating significant concerns about the changes in Bill 29. And the Minister of Children's Services commented that she very much appreciated the changes that had happened in the previous election, under the previous government, that did level the playing field for her to be able to run. And the reason why we talk about those changes, Mr. Chair, to the Provincial Elections Act, the reason we talk about it now is because those same changes, those same limits of $4,000 per individual to donate in a year were applied at the municipal level. And that is what is being undone through Bill 29. What Bill 29 is doing is actually taking away the things that even the Minister for Children's Services said leveled the playing field. It leveled the playing field by making sure that every candidate has the opportunity to run and not be disadvantaged by the fact that somebody they're running against has access to donors, very wealthy donors with deep pockets. And that is what we are concerned about, and that's what the purpose of this amendment is. Because certainly every woman who ran, and every candidate, not just woman, every person who's in this room right now benefited to some degree, because in 2019 there were individual caps. There were limits on how much an individual could donate. And that was the same limit that was put in at local elections that Bill 29 is undoing. And sometimes, Mr. Chair, I have to say, it feels like we are living in a time warp in this chamber. I never anticipated that I would have to come into this chamber and talk about the difference between equality and equity. Because, in fact, that's something that has been legally recognized for decades in this province, in this country, that it's not the same thing to have formal equality if you do not have substantive equality. And I know there's a number of lawyers on both sides of this House who will be very familiar with that construct, because it's something you learn is very basic with respect to equality and how to interpret equality in the law. Because it talks about treating everybody the same. We know, we have decades of research to talk about laws that simply treat everybody the same do not have the same impact on everybody. And I certainly never anticipated, Mr. Chair, that I would have to come into this House and explain that to the government, because this is decades of evidence where we know that having a law that says everybody has access to the same deep pockets, when we know that people don't all have access to deep pockets. It's not fair and it's not equitable, and that is why Parity YEG and Ask Her YYC came forward with this joint statement. You know, the Minister for Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women said she would think that Ask Her YYC and Parity YEG would be in support of Bill 29. Well, we have a written statement, which I've already tabled in this legislature, and numerous members of the opposition have already talked about. They do not agree. They do not agree that Bill 29 is something that actually improves access to the political system by women. And why don't they believe that, Mr. Chair? Because they have studied the research. They know the evidence. They know that women do not start from the same position as men when it comes to fundraising. They know that women, we should, again, this is evidence. I can't believe I have to keep talking about this, but we do have to, because apparently the government is not paying attention to the evidence. We know that there's a large wage gap between men and women in this province. Women earn less. We know that there is a lower labor force participation rate of women. Why? Largely because they have to take themselves out of the workforce because they're taking care of children, or they're doing other unpaid caregiving, such as taking care of elderly or other family members. This is not partisan. This is actually, it's a fact. We know this to be the case. So women do not start from the same place as men when they're trying to seek political office. Most women face significant financial barriers, and that has been exacerbated extensively by the pandemic. In fact, Mr. Speaker, or Mr. Chair, we know, for example, Royal Bank of Canada just issued an assessment of the impact of COVID-19 and the pandemic on women's participation in the economy. And the conclusion, this is since the pandemic, but many of these factors existed prior to the pandemic, but they have been made absolutely astronomically worse by the pandemic. And that report indicates, Mr. Chair, that the pandemic has pushed women's participation in the labor force down to its lowest level in 3 decades. 1.5 million women across the country have lost their job in the first 2 months of this recession. Women's employment, which is dominant in the sectors hardest hit by the recession, has been slower to rebound as the economy reopens. Women are more likely to fall out of the workforce. Nearly half of newly unemployed women who lost their jobs were terminated and did not seek work. Employment among women with toddlers or school-aged children fell 7% between February and May, compared to a decline of 4% among fathers of children the same age. So we already had a situation, Mr. Chair, where women were financially disadvantaged, and so it would be more difficult for them to run. They're also less likely to have the social connections that a lot of men have based on the kinds of work they do. Women tend, these are generalizations, Mr. Chair, I'm aware of that, but it's based on data. And this is to explain the historical underrepresentation of women in politics. This data has to be paid attention to. And it talks about all of these disadvantages that women face financially to actually enter the workforce and to enter politics. And that has all been made much worse. And so now we have a bill, and we have a looming municipal and school board election coming up in just over a year. And in that election, we're going to have fewer and fewer women with lower and lower income. They may not have the $10,000 per year to self-finance their own election. It's going to be harder for women to participate because of the pandemic, and then the changes that have come forward in Bill 29 are going to make it infinitely harder. And Mr. Chair, this is not just me saying this. These are organizations that spend the time to do the research and to look at the evidence, and they've set forward and they've put forward a clear statement, despite what the Minister of Culture and Multiculturalism and Status of Women may wish. Ask her YYC and Parity YEG have done the work and done the research, and they said Bill 29 makes it harder for women to run for political office. And so, Mr. Chair, this is based on evidence. That is why we're here today, and that's why we're bringing forward this amendment. Because it is absolutely the case that these changes are going to disadvantage women from running. And that, Mr. Chair, is one of the key issues that I chose. That's why I chose to run. I wanted to see more women in politics and running for elected office, and I was committed to that, and I continue to be committed to that, and not for partisan reasons, but actually because it's based on evidence and data, Mr. Chair. So to me, this is something that not only should the government members be accepting, because it seems to align with what they're already saying, that increasing from $4,000 to $5,000 isn't such a big deal, which seems to suggest that they actually do believe that it should be a hard cap on individual donations in a year, and not what they aren't talking about, which is that there's an unlimited amount that an individual can donate across many, many candidates. So perhaps on that reason alone, that the government members would consider this amendment as a friendly amendment. But if not, if that's not the case, Mr. Chair, and the real purpose of this bill and to make the changes that they've made to the individual donation cap is actually to encourage accessing more, that candidates need to have more money and it advantages those candidates who have access to people with deep pockets, then that is, then we should be deeply concerned, Mr. Chair, because while we've heard a lot of patting of their own backs with respect to how much they've encouraged women to run for the UCP. The fact of the matter is, in the last election, they had 31% of their candidates were women. I am proud to say that, well, according to the statistics, 31 that I'm reading, 31% of its candidates were women, where 52% of NDP candidates were women. So the point is, Mr. Chair, that certainly they did not reach the equitable level of representation of women. And while the Minister of Culture and Multiculturalism said that the Premier told her that it was her responsibility to get more women to run, on this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we think of it as everyone's responsibility to get more women to run. It's not anybody's dedicated task. It's all of our tasks. And it's actually all up. And why is that, Mr. Chair? Because it advantages all Albertans when we have gender diversity and gender representation in politics. Why? Because the issues that need to be talked about around the tables need to have that diversity of views, needs to have that diversity of experiences. And in fact, particularly at the local election level, why it's so important is because we know that women tend to get more involved in local politics at the community level. That's sometimes where they see that there is a better opportunity to influence, better opportunity to have their voice heard. We know that sometimes the partisan nature of provincial and federal politics can be a deterrent, and a lot of women are already very active in their communities, and so they get involved in local politics. So that's where they tend to go. And their views are critically important. We want to have their views around the table. Now, I would argue that it's just as important to make sure that we have those representatives bringing forward issues that actually impact women. And I have to say, Mr. Chair, I'll put it on the record right now, I'm deeply disappointed by the current government and how the issues that women care about, such as, I don't know, participating in the workforce or having access to affordable, quality, accessible childcare, don't seem to be reflected in this current government. But the hope is you have more women on there and maybe those issues will break through. It hasn't broken through yet on this side of the House, but we continue, as my formidable colleague from Edmonton Highlands Norwood says, we continue to be optimists, Mr. Chair. We hope that at some point they'll take that seriously.
Thank you. I see the honourable member for Calgary East has risen.
Yeah.
I oppose this amendment for many reasons.
Sorry for getting it.
I rise to express my support to Bill 29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020. I applaud the Minister for introducing improvements to all local elections to ensure uprising candidates stands in equal footing with incumbents and more democratic election for voters and citizens. The next round of municipal elections will be critical for the future of our province as we are faced with one of the most challenging situations in Alberta's history. Our economy has been battered on many fronts. Cities are faced with depleted revenues and increased expenses, and hundreds of thousands of Albertans have lost their jobs. This is why it is of utmost importance that we encourage the election of strong and smart municipal leaders who will be able to navigate these cities to recovery. But the purpose of conducting an election for local authorities could not be greatly fulfilled if the rules seems to favor only those who have already secured a seat or does not allow a more competitive race, thereby dismissing courage and chance of all hopefuls seeking to represent their communities. I'm not saying that all of the incumbent local elective officials are not suited for the office, but it would be better to see a local election wherein all the candidates are placed in similar stands during the exercise of this democratic process, and in the end, the will of the people shall prevail. If passed, Mr. Chair, Bill 29 will play a crucial role in making the playing field even in the municipal elections, empowering new candidates and ensuring that the best candidate for local office wins. The changes made in this bill will help to create a level playing field for both challengers and incumbents and ensure that incumbents aren't unfairly advantaged. Mr. Chair, we owe it to the voters and our citizens to bring more practical changes that enables fair and transparent elections. Under our current system, many of these regulations make it difficult for new candidates to unseat an incumbent. This leads to incumbents having a near 100% success rate in the most communities in Alberta. The municipal government is the only level of government where there is almost no change in elected members between election cycles. For example, in Calgary, only 3 incumbents have been unseated in the past 3 election cycles, a meager 6.6%. The number is even lower in Edmonton at just 2.5%. Ward 3 councillor on the City of Edmonton knew firsthand the struggles of breaking into local politics in 2017. He unseated the incumbent by the skin of the teeth in what was a contentious race among several esteemed candidates. Speaking to his experience, he believes, and I quote, "This change creates hope and opportunity for all those seeking to represent their communities." However, when the members of the opposition were in the government, they failed to address many of the critical gaps in the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act in 2018. Mr. Chair, the proposed changes that the bill carries were reached after extensive consultations with voters, community, advocacy groups, elected officials, municipalities, municipal associations. One of the proposed changes in Bill 29 include ensuring campaign surpluses exceeding $1,000 are donated to charity, instead of requiring municipalities and school boards to open trust accounts to hold them. This will play the playing field of new candidates who have not previously had the opportunity to raise funds. We will also allow Albertans to donate to as many candidates as they choose, up to $5,000 per candidate, to ensure that those without public name recognitions have more flexibility to raise funds and get their message out, as well as an opportunity for candidates to self-finance up to $10,000 annually for their campaign. Further, the candidates can wait until after the election to disclose funding information so they can concentrate on their campaigns, and rules for third-party advertisers is changed by the bill to protect free speech and provide more open debates about issues and policies. And finally, we believe government should get out of the way of people's business to ensure the openness of debate had an important issue and policies are decided by and for the voters. And also, Mr. Chair, we extend our commitment to freedom of speech to third-party advertisers like unions and corporations who also compromise of voters with the equally burning desire to be heard at the ballot. These changes are healthy for our democracy in our province as a whole, and what is good for democracy is good for Alberta. Mr. Chair, it is more important than ever that we have the best possible candidates' office during these challenging times. This bill helps to ensure that local elected authorities don't get complacent in their duties and must work hard to keep their seat. Recently, we have received overwhelming support from several urban and rural associations across this great province, whose mandates are to serve their membership in good faith and to advocate for change as trusted and renewed grassroots organization. President of Alberta Union Municipalities Association states, and I quote, AUMA and its members support many of these practical changes to the local authorities election act that enable fair, transparent elections. President of Rural Municipalities of Alberta also stated that the RMA looks forward to working with members to implement changes to the act in advance of the upcoming 2021 municipal election. These are just some of many organizations, Mr. Chair, who support this bill and its changes that introduce more fairness to municipal elections. This should not come as a surprise, as Alberta is home to many great local leaders who have done and continue to exceptional work for their communities. Calgary's councillor for Ward 11 spoke to this perfectly, as the diverse field of candidate matters. Like him, Mr. Chair, we do celebrate the diverse competitive spirit and we expect of our local elections. Now the voters, candidates, advocacy groups have the ability to be heard better and to be the change they wish to see in their communities, regardless of political stripe. This, Mr. Chair, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020 calls for greater flexibility in campaign spending to ensure no dollar donated goes to waste. By holding incumbents accountable, the bill provides a better opportunity to those struggling to break into politics and ensure that no voice in society is left unheard. Let me conclude, Mr. Chair, by saying that it is important to support our local democracy and that Albertans deserves a fair and transparent elections. If we allow to leave advantage to some that creates barriers for others to compete, then fairness is defeated and the expectations of Albertans should not be satisfied. So I support this bill, Mr. Chair, and commend the Minister for making sure that the conduct of our local elections comes with fairness and transparency. I encourage all the members of this chamber to as well support the bill, which will make a better result to the exercise of the right to vote in our local authorities that leads to a stronger governance of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Children's Services has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I know we have a lot of things to debate tonight, so I will keep my remarks on the short end. But I did want to correct the record. I think we hear a lot of things that aren't always necessarily 100% accurate being debated in this House, and I did want to clear the record about some of my comments made. Much like we heard the House Leader tonight and the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women say, there were pieces of the changes made over the last number of years that were helpful as a new candidate. However, you know, on a multi-partisan platform where we were encouraging women to run, I was very quickly interrupted by the member opposite, who I think thought it was question period, and so I didn't get to finish my comments on that front, because what I wanted to explain was that as a newcomer to politics, and a newcomer certainly to politics, provincial politics in Alberta, the rules actually hurt me when every time I would meet a new donor, a new supporter, they said, hey, I like your energy. You are hardworking, you know, you bring some new ideas. I'd love to support you, but I've already reached the cap. I heard it over and I heard it over and I heard it over again. And so despite what the member opposite says, not knowing the exact context of the comments that were made, I just wanted to clarify that I actually very much support this change. I also know that in speaking to a number of potential candidates, whether that's at the provincial level or certainly in the upcoming municipal level, we know, Mr. Chair, that incumbents have nearly 100% success rate here in Alberta, across the province. And what are new candidates intimidated by? What have the women that we've been speaking to, what are they intimidated by? Incumbency. And so by reducing that ability for incumbents to carry over huge war chests, it absolutely does even the playing field. But for those people who are interested enough and passionate enough about supporting politicians, whether that is at a provincial level, whether that is at a municipal level, it's also making sure that they're not encumbered and that new candidates like me, whether you get in at the beginning or get in a little bit later in the game, as I did, by the time I was meeting those donors, absolutely not. You know, sorry, love your energy, love your work ethic, can't support you. So despite what the member opposite said, I did want to clarify my remarks, and I would also say that sometimes that over-the-top, hyper-partisan rhetoric is also one of the things that dissuades women from running. The personal attacks, the decisions that members make to not debate policy, not to debate policy respectfully, but instead just attack each other personally, is sometimes what causes women to not want to run. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I do support many of the arguments made by members on this side of the House. I do support this bill. I will continue to support this bill, and I will continue to support newcomers, including women, ensuring that we get diversity in elected positions, whether that's at the city level, the municipal level, the provincial level, or the federal level, elected. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo has written.
Buffalo, thanks. I just wanted to get up to address a few things really, really briefly. You know, the Minister of Municipal Affairs cherry-picked some not candidates, people who are successful. He talked about Mayor Nenshi and how much that he spent, I think, $600,000 in the last election or something like that. I want to go back 2010. The now Minister of Transportation was a candidate in that open election for mayor in Calgary and spent over $1 million. It's in his declaration and what he declared. Over $1 million was spent by that Minister of Transportation. He wasn't successful, as we know, and he ran 2012 and was successful on the provincial level. 2017, Bill Smith, I didn't get his disclosure, but I can tell you it probably was around $1 million again. That's kind of the entrance into mayoralty races in Calgary at this point in time. I don't think it's right. I think it's a lot of money. It's too much money, but nonetheless, Minister of Transportation, $1,084,020. So he did that. Councillor Maglioka, it's well known that he spent over $300,000 in the last municipal election, and that's big money, isn't it, for a city council position? But what the amendment will do is restrict where money can come from. It will restrict it up to $5,000 per donor in aggregate, and I think what you'll see is those amounts, $1,300,000, come down, and that's not a bad thing. An expert in local governance in Ontario, when that person saw this bill brought forward by the Minister of Municipal Affairs, to paraphrase what that person said, the expert said, is something like, I have never seen a government walk back changes to weaken campaign donation rules. That's what's happening with regard to Bill 29, weakening campaign rules, donation rules, so that money, lots of money, can come into local elections, whether school board or council. So as my colleague from Edmonton City Centre said, this is absolutely placing the thumb, the UCP thumb on the scales around this province for local elections, and it is not something that I support, this side supports, and would like to see it change. RMA and AUMA, my friend over here from Calgary East, talked about how they support all of this. Well, they also had a caveat, and the caveat was, we wish amendments to come forward with regard to Bill 29, and we'll review it at that point. Well, you can see that the Minister of Municipal Affairs has no amendments coming forward, and we will likely have to deal with AUMA and RMA, and they won't be seeing amendments to make this more fair, more local, and ensure that we're talking about local issues, not ones that are brought forward by the UCP. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I will be very brief. I just wanted to quickly respond to a few things that were said by the member from Edmonton, White-Murray, as well as my critic on this file. But first, I want to thank the member from Edmonton, White-Murray, for acknowledging my friend who was our candidate, Edmonton White-Murray, at the last election, Elizabeth Hibbs. So obviously, Elizabeth is someone that I think would have made a fantastic member of the legislature in this particular chamber. But again, I want to thank the member from Edmonton White-Murray for acknowledging Elizabeth Hibbs tonight. So to be clear, taken together, the changes reflected in Bill 29 does the opposite of all of the members and the NDP members who have spoken on this particular bill. Bill 29 does the direct opposite, and that is why when they had the opportunity in 2017-2018, to actually do the things that they are they are talking about right now, they did not do that. And earlier on, I was talking about, being said one thing and then doing something else. At the last municipal election in Edmonton and Calgary, there were only 2.5% success rate where an incumbent was able to take on, where a newcomer was able to take on an incumbent. And in Calgary, it was 6.6%. Across our province, we have municipal leaders, councillors and mayors and reeves, having institutionalized themselves across our province. And the question that the members opposite ought to ask themselves is, why is that? It didn't start with Bill 29. And why is it that the participation rate, the voter turnout rate at the municipal level is so poor? All of these things is what Bill 29 seeks to address. And the one amendment that they have put forward. So let me be clear. A particular donor is still restricted to giving a particular candidate $5,000. Listening to them, you would think that a particular donor can give a particular candidate unlimited amount of money. That is completely untrue. But the amendment that the member from Calgary Buffalo put forward before you was actually a recommendation by the mayor of Calgary.
Wow.
The mayor of Calgary, I took out the time to meet with the mayor of Calgary to discuss some of the things he would like to see in Bill 29. And he told me, two things that he told me. One of them, chief among them, was that he would like to see donors being able to donate to candidates across our province because under the current status quo, it is unmanageable. He says that is the one thing that he would like to see reflected in Bill 29. So, I have often talked about who the members opposite are listening to. I suppose that if he picked up the phone and called the mayor of Calgary, he would tell him that actually your amendment goes contrary to my recommendation to the Minister of Municipal Affairs.
Huh. Interesting.
Shocking.
So, and again, I am not surprised because I've always said we legislate for the people.
Let's make it a lot, Casey.
We do not legislate for the unions.
Make a lot. Let's go.
So all I want to accomplish with this particular bill is to drive the turnout rate
Here,
in our municipal elections up.
particularly those who.
We want to be able to make it so that folks are able to compete based on ideas, not the turnover rate of entrenched candidates, election after election. So, if we agree that that is a problem, again, I ask you, the member from Calgary Buffalo, why did you not make those proposals in 2017, 2018? You did not.
All members of the House to ensure that they direct their comments through the chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So again, I am not surprised that the members opposite who called Albertans religious nutbars and sewer rats and Nazis, would oppose.
Yeah,
Note that the individual with the call at this time is the Honorable Minister of Municipal Affairs. If you could please continue.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. So, the mayor of Edmonton on June 25th had this to say about Bill 29. They did listen to us on some of the more administrative provisions and keeping the partisan angle out and keeping corporate and union money out of the campaigns. And so those are positive steps that I do acknowledge. Again, coming from the mayor of Edmonton. We have the mayor of Calgary saying that we have reflected many of the changes that they proposed to us. We have mayor of Edmonton saying the same thing. We have AUMA and RMA saying the same thing. I'm not sure who the members opposite take the instructions from.
Gil McGowan.
There is no question about that. Mr. Chair, one of the folks that have.
Casey, they got another amendment. You're going to get another chance in a minute.
Sure. So one of the guys that have given his approval to Bill 29 is someone that have been critical of this government, Kit Guerin. And Kit said, and I quote, this bill, now to the concerns raised by the members opposite, Kit wrote, this bill will finally address the advantage of incumbency and chronic poor showings at the ballot box.
Yeah.
That is coming from a guy that often don't, have so much to write about many of our policies. But on this one, he is at odds with the with the members opposite. So I would urge my colleagues, and indeed from both sides of the aisle, to vote down this amendment put forward by the member from Calgary Buffalo. Thank you.
Here.
I was with you right up to the
Thank you, Honourable Member. Minister, are there any honourable members looking to join debate on A1? Seeing none. On Amendment A1 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo, is the House agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is defeated. Moving back to the bill, Bill 29. Are there any honourable members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have another amendment here. I will wait till you get it. It's not very long. If you wish me to read it into the record, I can. Thank you very much.
Continue with your comments, and for the record, this will be referred to as Amendment A2.
Do it that way this time. The member from Calgary Buffalo to move that Bill 29, the Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020, be amended in Section 17 by striking out Clause C. And if you turn to page 7, you'll see that Clause C under Section 147.4 is amended by the bill by striking out subsections 8, 9, and 10, and if you look over at the explanatory notes, 8, 9, and 10 have to do with enabling powers of municipalities. And so what Bill 29 is trying to do is take the enabling powers of municipalities away from them so that they can't pass bylaws in advance of elections to ask all candidates to declare where their money is coming from, who is donating their money to them. We've heard from stakeholders, of course, that they want to retain this bylaw enabling power of making that authority. And what the bill put forward by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs is doing is taking that power away from municipalities. Now, you know, that's certainly the right to try and do something like that, but usually things go in the other direction, trying to enable municipalities to take more actions at the local level to address the needs of their citizens, and that's seen as a good thing, seen as a thing that empowers people, both citizens in community and municipalities. But the pre-election disclosure statement allows electors to see who is backing candidates in their area, in their ward, in their riding, in their area that they're going to the polls are. Albertans have a right to know that information. Seeking to find that information out only after elections really doesn't empower anybody. I mean, it's there is influence in local elections when you understand who is giving money to a candidate. It can be quite significant, as we know now. It could be from a few individuals who are giving money to each of the candidates that they want to support in that area, and that could have an effect on people's desire to vote for, say, somebody who's not supporting a slate of candidates. By removing that authority anyway, you're taking away the elector's right, as I said, to know who's supporting elections and candidates until after the election. Local elections should be based on local issues, and that knowledge of knowing who is supporting candidates will assist in making informed decisions about who's supporting who. If, for example, an individual who lives outside of the jurisdiction, say in Calgary, is making contributions to a candidate, say in Grand Prairie or somewhere else, you got to be wondering why? You know, what's it to that person in Calgary? Why are they doing that? So I certainly want to see this go back to municipalities across this province, and there are a lot of them who want enabling legislation so that they can put the rules in place that are identified under sections 8, 9, and 10 here that are being removed by the minister, and I think that's in the wrong direction. I do want to say it's more transparent. I know the minister talked about transparency. It's more transparency when you know who is contributing campaigns before and not after. It keeps individuals knowing what the local candidates running on what they're receiving, who they're receiving money from. And, you know, I'm not sure who requested the removal, and maybe the minister can tell us, who requested the removal of this enabling legislation that municipalities around the province currently use. And if it's the other thing I wanted to say about this in an attempt to try and be brief is that enabling legislation is something you can use if you want to. And Calgary uses it, other places use it, so that candidates have to declare their contributions. And as a elector, as somebody who votes and very interested in elections around this province, has voted every election, I try and find out, and I volunteer for people I want to see elected. I try and find out what support they're getting, who they're getting support from, and that tells you something about the motives of people. So, Mr. Chair, that is the substance of my motion, my amendment, that there's greater transparency, there's greater accountability, and there's greater focus on local elections if we leave this legislation in place, enabling legislation in place for municipalities. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Municipal Affairs has risen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to quickly, respond to this amendment. Essentially, what this amendment is all about is to restore a rule-making power that was given to municipalities in 2018 to make bylaws requiring pre-election day disclosure. Just to be clear, no jurisdiction in this country have that provision in place. Number two, since that rulemaking power was put in place in 2018, no municipality in this province have passed any bylaw to that effect. The member from Calgary Buffalo talks about Calgary having utilized that rulemaking power. Again, that is not true. There isn't any bylaw in Alberta requiring pre-election day disclosure. So the question then is, prior to 2017-2018, have we had documented problems with non-disclosure of financial records? At the provincial level, the rules by which the member opposite comply with, they do not have to disclose their contributions before election day. The rules require that each and every one of us make that particular disclosure post-election. So, very simply put, I am not going to enable a situation whereby you have 341 municipalities in our province making bylaws, all kinds of different bylaws with respect to different disclosure standards across the province. That will be chaos. So, but then the issue ought to be transparency. That is, I believe, at the heart of what the members opposite are trying to drive at. If that is the case, then why is it that no jurisdiction in Canada have that in place? If that was a big deal, if that was a big problem that we must legislate on, why is it that in 2017, no single jurisdiction in all of our country have that in place? Why is it, if it was too a big deal to anyone in this province, Why is it that since that particular bylaw making power was granted, no single municipality has taken advantage of it? I think the answer is very simple. We do understand that this has nothing to do with transparency. This has nothing to do with being able to disclose your finances, because we already have an elaborate process in place to do just that. What the members opposite wants to do is to further create an environment in which folks are not able to focus on the subject matter of the election, which is running a municipal campaign on the basis of issues that are important to our local residents. So on that particular basis, I would urge all members of this particular House to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Member, I see the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to rise and speak in favor of the amendment that's before us. So, of course, as my honourable colleague described, the amendment addresses the issues found in Section 17 of the bill that proposes to remove the bylaw making ability of local authorities to require the filing of pre-election disclosure statements with local authority regarding campaign donations. So that is to reverse what this legislation, this Bill 29 does, which is make it so that that disclosure is not necessary. So we have heard from multiple stakeholders that they want to retain this bylaw making authority. The pre-election disclosure statement allows electors to see who is backing candidates in that their area. Certainly, Albertans have the right to know who may be seeking to influence the local elections, and the removal of this bylaw making authority means that electors will not know this until after the election. And I want to just comment on some of the arguments made by the member from Calgary East, and he indicated that it was important to not have this requirement to actually have to disclose before the election, because candidates need to concentrate, I think was his word, on the campaign. Well, my goodness, Mr. Chair, we certainly need to, have the ability to know who is donating to our campaign, disclose that in a transparent manner, and be able to run our own campaign too. This is just, the multiple roles that we have as candidates, and it's not something that's too much for us to handle, and it shouldn't be not done. It needs to be a vital part of our democratic process. And it's not like, we have to make special provisions for, us delicate candidates because we have to concentrate on the campaign. Certainly that's ridiculous. That's a ridiculous argument. So I just really challenge that member for those comments. Certainly there has been various experts who have commented on Bill 29, and they've taken particular umbrage with this piece that does change, doesn't make the ability for that pre-election disclosure statement. There's a professor, Lisa Young, at the University of Calgary, and she says it's important for voters to understand who a candidate might be beholden to. She identifies the development industry group most wanting to make contributions to candidates. Corporate owners and associates can make individual donations to press this influence. I certainly concur with what Professor Young is saying. When money is donated, sometimes there can be some, desire for that person to move forward a project. Sometimes there could be backroom deals. We need to have that transparently shown to us as voters so we can know what influence is there. Certainly the public has a right to know who's seeking to influence their candidates. Another expert, and my honourable colleague from Calgary Buffalo, I think referenced him, to the director of the Centre for Urban Policy and Local Government, expressed serious concerns on this Bill 29. This is the first example I've come across of as a government basically weakening provisions rather than strengthening them. He said for years, Western Canada was known as the Wild West for campaign finances, but that the rules were tightened in the last 5 years. Well, guess what? Who was government, in that time? It was us, the NDP. And we certainly tightened many rules for campaigns and made sure that democracy was respected in this province. Certainly we began that with Bill 1, which took big money out of politics, corporate and union donations. Also, as my colleagues on this side of the House have referenced a few times, is Parity Yeg and Ask Her YYC. They did a joint statement with identifying some serious concerns with this legislation. They talk about transparency in the electoral process. They say transparency in the electoral process encourages transparency in governance. Removing requirements for financial disclosures until after Election Day provides advantages for incumbents by incentivizing them to leverage their powers of influence while in office. And of course, we are talking about municipal office here. This bill, it has to do with municipalities. And we know that in Edmonton, if you're looking at the representation of women, only 15% of city councillors are women, and in Calgary it's 20%. So we know that obviously the majority of city councillors are not women, and so they don't have this influence. And this bill does, make it, again, harder for, a disadvantaged group like women who are not equally represented in politics as their male counterparts. And so this amendment goes a long way to making it much more fair and just. This bill can make a big difference, and as I said, it doesn't give that advantage to incumbents. And this is also from the joint statement from Parity Yeg and Ask Her YYC are, putting forward this argument. So certainly, I know I ran provincially, obviously, but I can see how this would impede candidates who, would be overwhelming to think that this isn't disclosed and that there could be very significant money collected by candidates without ever knowing who is, supporting them. Women often don't have access to relationships with this kind of big money. This certainly was true for me, and when the deck is stacked against you as a member of a group underrepresented in elected office, it's challenging to step up. So I think we are, hindering the inclusion of diverse groups. And I really ask the minister to think seriously about this, and that if he really wants greater representatives of diverse groups, then this amendment is something that he should be voting in favor of. And we heard earlier too from the Minister of Children's Services, and she said that over and over again, she heard from supporters that they would have loved to donate to her campaign but they sadly had already maxed out. Well, I didn't hear those kind of stories, so I think my world is very different than hers. Many of the people who supported me had the same values as I do, as my party does. Maybe we're making donations for the first time. They certainly weren't maxing out. And that's what I counted on. And I think that a lot of women aren't dissimilar from me. We don't have access to that big money. And so I would say that this amendment goes a long way to supporting groups that aren't, proportionally represented in elected office to be encouraged to run. So I ask that all members support this amendment. Transparency is a key principle of a healthy democracy. Keeping donations secret until after elections gives dark money influence, and we don't want that. We don't want there to be secret backroom deals. There should be transparency and fairness in our society. Voters have a right to know who's supporting candidates, and to, that can affect how they vote in turn. So again, I will just say that this amendment does, make the bill much more fair, and I encourage all members of this House to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other honourable members looking to join debate on Amendment A2? Seeing none. On Amendment A2, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Calgary Buffalo, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. That amendment is defeated. Moving back to Bill 29. Are there any honourable members looking to join debate on 29? Seeing none. Are you ready for the question on Bill 29, Local Authorities Election Amendment Act 2020? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. On the title and preamble, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I see the Honourable Government House Leader.
Move that we rise and report Bill 29.
Having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader, are you agreed? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. I'll take it up there. Okay. I see the Honourable Member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bill, Bill 29. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried.
Third reading, Bill 23, Commercial Tenancies Protection Act. Honourable Ms. Furr.
I see the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to move third reading of Bill 23, the Commercial Tenancies Protection Act. We are facing unprecedented circumstances as Albertans, as Canadians, and as members of the global community. Over the past few months, our province has been grappling with the greatest threat to public health in a century, the COVID-19 pandemic. While our first priority is protecting the health of Albertans, we cannot ignore the real impact the pandemic has had on our economy and Alberta businesses. Over the past few months, we have been working to do all that we can to provide businesses with relief so that they can restart our economy and pave a path to recovery. Alberta has one of the most generous support models for small and medium-sized businesses in Canada. However, we've heard from businesses that there's more that can be done and that the existing supports, particularly when it comes to federal commercial rent programs, are not enough. Bill 23 would protect eligible commercial tenants from evictions and rent increases while we continue our economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. Rent increase, penalty, and late fee protections will be retroactive to March 17th. To clarify, under the legislation, any late fees, penalties, or rent increases imposed on a commercial tenant by their landlord between March 17th, 2020 and August 31st, 2020 must be reimbursed. This bill will help landlords recoup missed rent as it requires that landlords and tenants work together to develop a payment plan that works for both parties. However, the protection from eviction is not all-encompassing. The legislation also ensures landlords retain the right to evict tenants in the event that a tenant breaks terms of their lease that are not covered by the Act, such as damage to property. Mr. Speaker, if this bill is passed, it would further strengthen our provincial supports, filling existing gaps in the system and helping businesses to reopen and rehire staff during this critical time. This is not the only support for small businesses that our government has introduced. Having a small business relief package with multiple components is critical because there are so many varied and unique situations in the small and medium-sized business component of our economy. These businesses make up a huge component of our province's employment. I want to talk about some of the other government supports for businesses. Our government has also launched the Small and Medium Enterprise Relaunch Grant. We designed the grant so that businesses and nonprofits can use the money in order to relaunch and recover more quickly. It provides financial assistance of up to $5,000 to Alberta businesses and nonprofit organizations that were ordered to close or curtail operations and have experienced a revenue reduction of at least 50% due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We are not being prescriptive with how businesses use these funds. We know that business owners, our job creators, know their own business and their needs better than the government does. The grants can be used to purchase necessary PPE, to pay employee wages or commercial rent, to purchase inventory, or anything else that business owners need in order to relaunch safely. One business owner said of the grant, "I believe it has been the hand up that has made the difference that was so desperately needed. I will never forget what your government has done for this Alberta business and the family that relies on it to sustain its livelihood." Since this legislation was introduced, this government also announced the massive economic recovery plan, which outlines billions of dollars in initiatives to get our economy up and running. We have already provided $14 billion in support, more than any other province on a comparable basis. Alberta's recovery plan builds on our strengths with timely, targeted investments and bold policy reforms that will build, diversify, and create jobs. Our infrastructure build, which is the largest in Alberta's history, will immediately create tens of thousands of jobs and will make our economy more productive on a long-term basis. Our plan includes $10 billion in projects that will move people from unemployment to good jobs. Albertans will be building roads, bridges, overpasses, water projects, pipelines, gas lines, new and revitalized schools, hospital projects, long-term care homes for seniors, addiction recovery infrastructure, tourism projects, and much more. We also accelerated the job creation tax cut to give Alberta what is by far the most attractive environment for new business investment in Canada, moving the general business tax rate from 10% to 8% on July 1st. This will accelerate the creation of an estimated 55,000 new full-time private sector jobs and stimulate as much as $13 billion in economic growth. We developed the Economic Recovery Plan with input from Alberta's Economic Recovery Council, of which I am an ex officio member. The Council is chaired by one of Canada's most highly regarded economists, Dr. Jack Mintz, and includes many of Alberta's most prominent leaders in business, labour and public service, including the Right Honourable Stephen Harper.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
As part of the Economic Recovery Plan, we are also creating the Invest Alberta Corporation. It will focus on driving high-value, high-impact investment to Alberta, targeting our key growth sectors. The Invest Alberta Corporation will also be responsible for leading a global marketing strategy promoting Alberta's investment opportunities to investors in Canada and key global markets. Mr. Speaker, the legislation we are debating now is just another piece of relief. The Commercial Tenancies Protection Act will create the conditions for businesses and landlords to work together in a respectful and fair manner during this challenging time. The successful relaunch and recovery of Alberta businesses is in the best interest of all Albertans. These small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of our economy, creating the jobs that Alberta communities and families depend on. And they will be important partners going forward as we move through the phases of relaunch and recovery and eventually back to prosperity. Thank you.
Hear, hear.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism has moved third reading of Bill 23. Are there any members wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 23, the Commercial Tenancies Protection Act. Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP opposition and all of my colleagues have been calling on this UCP government to take action on commercial rent to support tenants and landlords during this global pandemic. And for months, Mr. Speaker, this government dithered. Now they've brought forward a bill that is, in our opinion, and in the opinion of our stakeholders, fatally flawed. Frankly, Mr. Speaker, it's going to make a bad situation worse. Now, Mr. Speaker, I believe the minister actually knows this, and the government members know this as well, because we've seen tenants and landlords across the business landscape from all corners of this province make this clear. They've written to us in our emails, they've called us in our phone boxes, Mr. Speaker, and frankly, we've been hearing over and over and over again that this bill does nothing. For tenants, this bill does nothing to fix the Alberta or Canada Emergency Commercial Rent Assistance Program that has been broken since day one. This bill won't help businesses who are tenants and tenants who need additional runway to back on their feet. And frankly, for landlords, this bill is going to redefine the legal terms of over 100,000 leases and affect $7.4 billion of the commercial real estate industry. Mr. Speaker, the government did not fix the ECRA, and instead they're bringing in legislation that is going to create a mess. And they've messed up so many of the incentives that already exist in this bill while creating whole new problems. To be very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, we absolutely support a commercial tenant eviction ban. But it has to be done right. And this government has completely dropped the ball. They have failed to consult with experts in commercial real estate. They have failed to talk with business owners. They have failed to talk to landlords. And instead of actually amending this broken legislation and actually trying to get assistance out the door, they are instead leaving businesses behind once again. The future of Alberta businesses and jobs depend on them getting it right. And they've failed Albertans. They've failed businesses, and they've failed families, Mr. Speaker. How many businesses have had to close down because this government took this long to try and implement a failed eviction ban? And Mr. Speaker, how come there's no plan for moving past September? We're only a couple months away now. Mr. Speaker, it simply doesn't make sense that this government would leave so much on the table, that this government would ignore the calls of so many Albertans, that this government would ignore the concerns of so many people they purport to stand up for. The very small businesses that this government purports to stand up for, the very Albertans who are working jobs that this government purports to represent, instead of actually listening to their concerns, instead of actually consulting with businesses, instead of actually going and talking to constituents, this government is ramming through a piece of legislation that does nothing to support families, that does nothing to support businesses, that does nothing to support landlords. Mr. Speaker, quite frankly, this is going to make the situation worse. It's going to make an already tenuous position for many commercial landlords and for many commercial tenants. And indeed, what's going to happen is we're going to be in a situation where these businesses will suffer. And Mr. Speaker, how many businesses will not reopen because of this government's dithering? How many businesses will not reopen because this government failed to act, and even now they have failed to act properly? Because, Mr. Speaker, frankly, that is unacceptable to the opposition. It's unacceptable to Albertans. It's unacceptable that this government will not take the time to get this right. The government will not actually stop and reflect on what they are doing and understand the actual consequences this will have for Alberta businesses and Alberta jobs, Mr. Speaker. For a minister who is the Minister of Economic Development, Tourism and Trade, Mr. Speaker, this is actually going to stifle that economic development. It's going to stifle our recovery as we come out of the pandemic and as we move through the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And that is something that we know Albertans are going to be disappointed about. We know Albertans are going to suffer from. And we know that we're going to see further job losses from. Mr. Speaker, this government has a failed track record on jobs. Even before the global pandemic, this government lost over 50,000 jobs this year. And then now, at the time when they are able to try and support those businesses, at a time when they are able to try and support those commercial landlords and tenants, Mr. Speaker, instead of actually taking action, instead of actually going out and trying to support businesses, what we see is a failed bill coming in months late that will make this situation worse, that will actually alter the landscape in a way that may actually drive more businesses under. And government members know this, Mr. Speaker. They must be seeing, because I've received and my colleagues have received hundreds and thousands of emails from business owners talking about how this is a bad bill. The stakeholders are writing in nonstop, Mr. Speaker, to all of us, and I see that they are CC'd as well as we are CC'd on these emails, that this is fundamentally going to not fix any of the problems. In fact, it will actually make it worse for many of these business owners. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that this government is not listening to Albertans. It's very clear that this government is not listening to the people they represent, the people they purport to represent, Mr. Speaker. And we know that this is going to be a failure. We know it's going to be a failure. We know it's going to cost Albertans their livelihoods. We know it's going to cost many businesses the opportunity to reopen their doors. And we know it's not going to work. We know that this government has failed Albertans. And Mr. Speaker, I would implore every member of this Assembly to vote against this legislation, for this government to bring back a working piece of legislation, for them to go back to the drawing board, actually consult with the stakeholders, actually talk to business owners, actually talk to landlords, and understand the landscape, and bring in legislation that may actually help save some jobs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate this evening? Honourable members, if there is no others, I am prepared to allow the Minister of Economic Development, Tourism and Trade to close debate. Honourable members, the Minister of Economic Development, Trade and Tourism has moved third reading of Bill 23, Commercial Tenancy Protection Act. All those in favour of the third reading, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered.
Bill 23, Commercial Tenancies Protection Act is now read a third time.
Under government motions, motion number 24, adjourn debate on amendment. Mr. Dang.
The honourable members, we have before us government motion number 24. Is there anyone else wishing to speak on the amendment? The honourable member for Edmonton Whitemud.
I appreciate the opportunity to rise and speak to Government Motion 24. I understand, Mr. Speaker, that we're currently considering a proposed amendment to the Government Motion. And since it's been some time since this Assembly has considered this motion, I'd just as a reminder, this is a consideration of the motion brought forward by the Honourable Premier, and it states, Mr. Speaker, be it resolved that the Legislative Assembly condemn racism and all forms of bigotry and hatred, affirm the commitment of Alberta to human dignity and equality of all before the law, acknowledge the pernicious and durable nature of anti-Black racism, acknowledge a tragic history of racism directed at Indigenous people in Canada, and urge the government to consider these issues in its ongoing review of the Police Act. Now, as you will recall, Mr. Speaker, the opposition brought forward a motion of its own that we felt was critical to address broader issues than was set forward in Government Motion 24, and that a motion brought forward by the opposition was struck down, so we are voted down, I should say, and so we are currently, I thought it was voted down, maybe it's not. Okay, my apologies. I thought that was voted down. My apologies, Mr. Speaker. But I realize we're limited today to the debate on this motion before us and the amendment that has been brought forward. And that amendment that we brought forward, Mr. Speaker, was specific to essentially providing some concrete action behind the statements that are in Government Motion 24. I want to begin by saying, Mr. Speaker, that there's absolutely no doubt that all Albertans would support what's stated in Government Motion 24 as principle. Of course, certainly condemning racism is something that we should all be committed to in Alberta. Affirming the commitment to human dignity and equality, all of us should commit to that. Acknowledging the durable nature of and pernicious nature of anti-Black racism, of course. And the history of the treatment of Indigenous people, of course. My concern, Mr. Speaker, is that this government motion does not go far enough, because we have to meet the moment, if I may use that phrase, Mr. Speaker, meet the moment that we are faced with right now. I think across the globe, and Alberta has certainly not been immune to this, we have seen an overwhelming expression of the need for real concrete action with respect to racism and systemic racism, most importantly. Certainly we know that the impetus for the most recent conversation was the death of George Floyd in the U.S., and we've watched the riots that have taken place that are still taking place across the United States now more than months later, but it's still, we are all, I'm sure, all of us in this assembly, our families were glued to the TV watching what's going on. But of course, what's notable about the moment is that it's a moment that is not new. It's a moment that the outpouring of voices saying we must take action now might seem unusual, but really this has actually been a culmination of decades, centuries of racism in the U.S. and that we are not immune from here in Alberta and in Canada. Because, of course, this is not the first time in the last few months that we've talked about, and Albertans have talked about, racism against Black people in Alberta, but of course are also long and very shameful, frankly, history with respect to Indigenous people in this province and in this country. We all bear responsibility. We've all accepted responsibility because of how much it has been part of, unfortunately, the fabric of how our country came together, and we need to take concrete actions to overcome that. And I'm struck, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that I am a parent of young children, as many in this House are, and having those conversations with my children and trying to explain our history is it's a complicated task for any parent. And my children and I've tried to initiate age-appropriate conversations with my children about this. We talk about Indigenous people. I'm so proud that at their school they do a treaty acknowledgement regularly. They talk about First Nations people and Métis people. They talk about our long history in a way that I know I did not when I was in school. And so I'm glad that those conversations are happening within the education system, and it provides a platform for myself as a parent to also have those conversations. We've also talked in my household about anti-Black racism, and again, trying to be age appropriate, because I don't want to scare them, but I want them to know that they have an obligation as young citizens who are coming up in this world to also stand up for justice and equity. And struck, Mr. Speaker, by the fact that I might get emotional here, so I'm just going to try to bring that back a little bit. It's a very important conversation that many Albertans are having right now in their households, they're having with their children, they're having with their families, about the importance of equality, but most important, equity. And the simple statements that we see within Government Motion 24 are important statements in that they state a commitment. But what they lack, Mr. Speaker, is a commitment to action. And that is what I believe the amendment that was brought forward by our opposition with respect to Government Motion 24 is intended to do. It's intended to put some action behind the statement, because I think we are at the point, Mr. Speaker, well, actually we've been at this point for decades, but we certainly at this point in time cannot simply rely on statements and affirmations. It's been too much. There's too much going on, and to simply respond to what's happening right now and the outcry for action by simply affirming our commitment to anti-racism is not enough. And I think that was true even at the time that this government motion was brought forward, but I think it's more true even now, because even within the last few months, and I think this government motion was brought forward quite a while ago now in terms of the session. And since then, we've seen, and I've heard a number of things, even within this chamber, Mr. Speaker, that confirm for me that it is not enough to simply say we are anti-racist, or to say we acknowledge that there is anti-Black and Indigenous racism that has been systemic in our system, that we need to take action. Because earlier this evening, Mr. Speaker, I spoke a little bit about, with respect to Bill 29, and how there's a difference between equality and equity, and how I didn't think that I would have to in this chamber talk about those issues, because I thought it was understood that simply treating everybody the same does not result in everybody being treated the same, and we know that, and that's fact. So, but I've had to say that in this House, Mr. Speaker, because I've heard comments from members on the government side. I've heard statements in this chamber that make me question whether or not we're all really talking about the same thing in here, whether or not we're really talking about saying everybody should be treated the same, or whether or not we really want equality and equity of opportunity and experience and access and ability to attain the same outcomes for everybody. Because I don't feel like that's what's happening and what I'm hearing in this chamber. So the government motion 24, I think, unfortunately, in this House, we've seen that it's not enough to simply state that there's a commitment to anti-racism by this government, because when they had opportunity to take real concrete action on racism, this government so far has chosen not to. They chose not to consider an amendment, for example, to the parole board bill that would have ensured that there was representation from Indigenous and Black people on that parole board. a very simple change that would have reflected what we know to be the case, which is that the criminal justice system disproportionately impacts Indigenous and Black Albertans. So to reject that because it was viewed as some kind of tokenism or that those people did not have merit to stand in that, to take those positions, shows to me that there was a misunderstanding about why it's important to address systemic racism, particularly in the criminal justice system, from all facets. And then we saw in this House, Mr. Speaker, that I read some of these statements myself and was horrified that the Premier's office continues and the Premier continues to employ a speechwriter who has a long and very extensive documented record of racism against Indigenous people, transphobia, sexism, some of the most vile things that we've ever seen, and it's a long and repeated record. And the Premier won't remove this individual from the Premier's office. Again, and not enough to simply say that we have a commitment to anti-racism. We need to see action. Again, not a significant or difficult action for the Premier to say, that is not acceptable in my office, that I would have somebody with those views. Instead, it was defended repeatedly, and that individual continues to remain employed in the Premier's office. So we've seen that the Premier's not willing to take action, simple action, not even a very substantive move, to distance himself and to remove from his office somebody with clearly racist views. Similarly, Mr. Speaker, we had a situation where there was an government-appointed member to the Provincial Court Nominating Committee, a lawyer who, again, very well documented sexist views, racist views, and instead, while this individual did resign, because the government didn't remove them, the government, the Minister of Justice stood up and still defended that person as having diverse views. So, Mr. Speaker, when this government motion was introduced, I believed then that it wasn't enough because it was simply a commitment to principle that we should all be assuming by now, Mr. Speaker. The statements that are in Government Motion 24, I mean, those are basic tenets right now of our understanding around diversity and racism, human rights, equality. Those should be, honestly, a given. And yet, when they had opportunity to take action, this government's chosen not to. So now more than ever, I think what we need in this province, and what I think Albertans need to see from this government, is concrete action around racism, actually taking some deliberate measures. And so the amendment that we brought forward urges the government not only to consider these issues, but to hear the voices of racialized communities by establishing a panel that would conduct hearings throughout the province, that would include the voices of the Black Lives Matter movement, that would include voices of Indigenous communities, and that would publish a report. Because one of the issues, Mr. Speaker, is that certainly we can't have a real discussion about racism, particularly targeted towards Black and Indigenous communities in Alberta, without including those voices and without hearing that. And so doing these panels, giving individuals from communities the opportunity to speak their truth is, again, I actually think a bare minimum. That's really where we should be starting from, because that is what the lesson is right now. The lesson is to listen, the lesson is to hear, but it's also to take action. And so I think this amendment is a very reasonable amendment, Mr. Speaker, and it really will demonstrate what I think Albertans would really like to see from this government, which is a real commitment to take action against racism, not simply make statements, and honestly not simply review the Police Act. The Police Act is an important place to start, no doubt about it. We're hearing a significant amount of concerns, particularly lately around actions of police. Of course, we saw, I think probably every member in this House saw that frankly heinous video of Chief Alan Adam, who was arrested and frankly brutalized by police, and I think we were all horrified. And we certainly have significant issues that need to be heard and that need to be considered within the Police Act, but we need to hear it from the people around this province who experience it. that's the lesson that we have learned, or that we should be learning from the moment that we're in right now, because this is not new. It's not. This is not new information to us that there is systemic racism within the structures and institutions of our government, particularly within the criminal justice system. But I believe that we can show Albertans that we're taking this incredibly seriously. That we're taking, again, what is I don't believe is a big hardship for government is to do this, to do these panels and to do these hearings and to show that they're taking this matter seriously. I still think that's just the beginning of an enormous amount of work that we need to do in our society and in our institutions and in our government. Having these panel hearings is certainly just the beginning, but it is the very least I think we should be able to commit to as a government right now to try to meet the moment that we're in. And so, Mr. Speaker, I sincerely hope that this government will take this amendment in the spirit in which is intended, which is really to listen to Albertans and to take action on those things that Albertans are asking us to do. We've had a number of opportunities in this House to do the right thing, and I'm asking the government members today to consider to do the right thing, and as I've said, almost the bare minimum they can do, to try to hear legitimately from Albertans across this province who have experienced anti-Black racism, anti-Indigenous racism, and start to take real concrete action. I hope, Mr. Speaker, that the government members will be willing to consider and maybe vote in favor of this amendment. Thank you.
Members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment for the member. Seeing none, I'm prepared to call the question. Honourable members, on the amendment as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows, all those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the noes have it. That amendment is defeated. Honourable members, we are on Government Motion 24. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
And thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to Government Motion 24. And I also would want to move an amendment to the Government motion. And I can distribute that amendment and we'll make some comments on the amendment.
Honourable Member, if you just grab a seat just for a moment and we will get the amendment to the table, and I'll take a copy here, and then he gets the original, and then A2, Trafton? A2? Honourable members, this amendment will be referred to as Amendment A2. The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can read it into the record. Member for Calgary-McCall to move that Government Motion 24 be amended by striking out Clause E and substituting the following. E urges the government to consult with racialized communities as part of its review of the Police Act, to consider the issues that arise from the government's consultation in respect of its review of the Police Act, and to report the Legislative Assembly on the matters set out in subclauses I and II no later than October 1, 2020. Mr. Speaker, the motion that government proposed is simply an acknowledgement of something that racialized communities, that Indigenous communities, Black communities, they have been painfully experiencing for decades. And with this motion at the same time, We also proposed a motion that was actually focused on doing something meaningful. I believe it's a critically important issue, and we need to move beyond just condemning racism. We need to move towards action. And government should not need their own motion to affirm their commitment to this work. And just acknowledging pernicious and durable nature of anti-Black racism, acknowledging the tragic history of racism directed at Indigenous people is not enough. I think we have done that many times. I think it's time that we should move beyond just acknowledging it and condemning it. We should move towards some practical actions and steps that send message out to these communities who have been experiencing racism, who have been living with that experience, that their government is there to work with them on issues that matter to them. And what this amendment is doing, that after the death of George Floyd in States, we have heard everywhere across the world, in Alberta as well, what the experience of racialized communities, Indigenous communities, Black communities have been with police and systemic racism. And we saw protests everywhere in the province as well. Edmonton, Calgary in particular, huge rallies, people asking for change, people asking for action. And I think we do know issues by now, that it exists. It exists in our structures, and we need to take action. And only meaningful action, if we want to get it right, will be that we engage with these communities. We learn from the lived experience of these communities. And then we take steps that we identify based on those consultations. But with this motion, I think government is just simply acknowledging something that we, as people of racialized communities, people of Black communities, people of Indigenous communities, have been living for decades. So if we talk about actions, I think there are many things that government can do. And since that incident in United States, I have engaged with community leaders in my community, in my constituency. Even prior to that, when we were in government, I was part of that anti-racism work that was led by my colleague, then Minister of Education, MLA for Edmonton Northwest. And there were things that were recommended by these communities. Setting up an anti-racism advisory council. And in 1 year, it's my understanding that they didn't have more than 2 photo ops. Then there were recommendations that we increase supports for setting up support for Human Rights Tribunal and the initiatives they were engaged in with ethnic and racialized communities. And what we saw from this government is a cut for those programs. So I think if government wants to be taken seriously in this work, they can start with something that will save them some money immediately. They can fire Paul Bunner, who has a history of writing things that are offensive to indigenous communities, that are offensive to Muslim communities, that are offensive to LGBTQ communities. And if government wants to be taken seriously, that's the first step. That's where they should start. That will send a clear signal that yes, government is serious about taking steps on racism. Second thing, when I talk to my friends, my constituents, community leaders in my riding across Northeast Calgary, especially on this issue, every time they will bring up a long history of our premier from the time when he was Minister of Citizenship and Immigration. Even some of those, they will refer to Premier in conversation as Minister of Censorship and Deportation. Those will be the kind of things they will use. They will describe Premier's record as repressive because under Premier's watch when he was Minister, we saw refugee and family sponsorship drastically dropped. We saw temporary foreign workers going up, numbers going up, and so their exploitation as well. They bring up things like then Minister and now Premier pulling Canada out of Durban World Conference Against Racism in particularly Muslim community, my community. They bring up barbaric cultural practices hotline. They bring up niqab ban at citizenship ceremonies. They bring up health care cut to refugee health, those who are the most vulnerable. While if we talk about racism, if we talk about elimination of racism, I think there are international conventions, there is international customary law, there is a lot of jurisprudence, there is a lot of research out there that calls for steps, structural changes that will promote understanding among all races, among different cultural groups. They urge to take steps on hate speech. They urge to criminalize memberships in racist organizations. And here, I think we have seen many groups like Soldiers of Ordnance, like Edmonton Infidels, Rebel Media, and like in the rank and files of the UCP during the election campaign in 2019, there were 30 different candidates who have to be purged because of their views, extremist views on all these issues. So again, with this amendment, I think it will give this government an opportunity to engage with racialized communities, to engage with those who are living with these experiences. This will be an opportunity for the government to learn from those experiences, what their experience have been, how they have been excluded, how they have been discriminated based on their race, based on their color, based on their descent, based on their national or ethnic origin, and how their experiences have been nullified, how their basic dignity have been impaired, how their fundamental rights and freedoms have been restricted, and how they have been excluded from participating in the social, economic, cultural, and political life of our society, of our province, of our country. So only those who have lived through that will be able to share what it's like, what are the ways they are excluded, what are the ways they can be included, and without engaging them, just putting a government motion on paper that we condemn racism, that we acknowledge racism, that doesn't mean anything. We have heard this before. And without meaningful action, this doesn't change anything. In order to change these things, I think not only that we have to acknowledge this, I think I will urge Premier to acknowledge the things that I described earlier and still come up in my conversation in my communities. Premier can apologize for all those things, for banning niqabs at citizenship ceremonies. Many of those things, again, they were challenged based on people's charter right and tossed out by the court, rightfully so. But at least to show a goodwill, Premier should accept, take some responsibility, acknowledge these mistakes, and apologize to those who have been impacted by these decisions. That's the important first step to show some goodwill, good gesture to these communities. And then the most important thing is that engage with these communities, learn from these communities, learn about their experiences. And by only doing that, we will be able to identify what needs to be changed. And I think on both sides of the House, we can agree that it's something that we all agree that we need to deal with. We should stand up to racism and bigotry in all its form. As a House, we can agree on that. And as People's House, I think it's reasonable that this amendment be supported, that the work we are doing on this be reported back to this House, to the representative of Albertans. So with that, I urge all members of the House to support this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If there's anyone that would like to provide a brief question or comment from a member for Calgary-McCall. Seeing none, on Amendment A2, the Honourable the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to everybody who's contributed to this really important discussion. There's been a lot of really great information that's come, and I actually very much appreciate the discussion. I just wanted to chat. The privilege that I've had being in this House and meeting with so many people, and especially in this ministry, although I have to say in opposition, I had the same experience. Having the opportunity to meet with minorities across the province and other organizations and what it is that they're looking for, how it is that we engage and involve these incredible organizations and groups of people that have contributed to the fabric and the beautiful tapestry of this province since the beginning. It was interesting, I had an interview probably about a year ago. An organization was asking about the history of Punjabis actually in the province. So my husband is Punjabi. And hearing about when they first came to the province and the contributions of the Sikh community, and the contributions of the Arabic communities, and the contributions of the Ukrainian communities, and the list goes on, the Chinese community. In fact, I believe in BC right now they're passing a motion to talk about the importance of the Chinese community and the contributions that were made when they first were arriving in Canada, especially to the business sectors in Vancouver. There's just so much incredible information out there about, and I could go on and on. I could talk about a bazillion different cultures. I myself my dad is Southeast Asian, and my mom is Irish, English, Scottish, and Scandinavian. So I have a whole lot mixed in there, and I always say that it's probably the best confusion, and I was raised with a Hindu father and an Anglican mom. And interestingly enough, they very much switched places. My mom, who is a single child, only child, she embraced the Indian culture because she didn't have any brothers and sisters. My dad comes from a family of 11, so he came to Canada and completely embraced the Canadian culture and just jumped in. He joined a choir and a bridge club and just sort of threw himself into Canadian culture, met my mom in that choir and fell in love with her. And then my mom actually was really the major contributor to my love of the Southeast Asian culture. She taught me how to cook the food, how to put on a sari, how to appreciate the deep, deep, meaningful family relationships that are in the Southeast Asian cultures that are uniquely different and beautiful, and something that I appreciate every single day of my life. There's a few mentors I've had in my life outside of my family. One of them is more of a recent mentor, and this is Grand Chief Willie Littlechild. And for those of you who have met him, he is one of the most genuine, and certainly probably one of the most, he has this propensity for being able to put language to situations. And he talks about walking shoulder to shoulder with people, walking through the difficult discussions. And he says, when we have challenges like this, let's talk about it, see how we find a solution, and it would serve us much greater if we actually walk this path together. That was like a life-altering comment for me, coming from somebody who lived through some really, really incredibly difficult times. Or Adam Northpagan, who is a child of the 60s Scoop. And when we did at the RAM before COVID, we had a really incredible installation that honored Adam Pagan and many of the others who had lived through the 60s Scoop, to really share the story and to acknowledge what had happened, because we don't ever want to see something like that ever happen again. These are people, or even Martin Luther King, who says you can't fight hate with hate, you have to fight it with love. And I think about all of the incredible situations that I've been exposed to. I mean, we all have stories that we can tell about various things that have happened to us, barriers, and especially, I know this sounds really strange, but I never considered myself an ethnic female until I was elected. All of a sudden, that was something. I always saw myself as this person who had the privilege of growing up in Canada with a father who I'm a child of an immigrant, but I'm also a child of a fourth-generation Canadian. It's a really interesting position, but actually more common than you would think. I also want to acknowledge a man who is sitting in this room who has changed the way I think of things, and that's our Minister of Municipal Affairs. And when I think about his story and how he came here, and how he wanted to come and give his family a different life, and the barriers that he went through, and how he succeeded, and then to be sitting in this house now as a minister of the Crown, being able to make legitimate changes and being the face for so many in his own culture and his place that can look up to him and see that I belong here, and that I can have arrived yesterday, or I can have arrived 50 years ago, and they will look at the Minister of Municipal Affairs and go, I can do that. And I've heard him speak about some of the situations he's been through. And, one of the things I think that was most disturbing for me is when he was denied the opportunity to speak. Black Lives Matter was one of those moments in time. And I think actually the member for Edmonton Whitemud she said it quite well. She called it meet the moment. Our Minister of Municipal Affairs wanted to meet the moment. He was given the opportunity and asked actually to come and speak about his background and who he is, and the incredible story and journey, and to stand shoulder to shoulder, brother to brother, with somebody from a different party, different ideology. It didn't matter. What mattered was that they were there together to be able to stand in racial solidarity, talk about a movement that has forever changed the lives of every single person. Never been more proud of our province than to see all of these incredible human beings standing up together for a culture, for a group of people that deserved that love and that understanding and that respect as the result of the death of George Floyd. It is so sad that that death had to occur in order for this to happen, but sometimes it is the outpouring of love and understanding. The opposition talks about riots. I talk about movements of love, movements of change, And I look to the Minister of Municipal Affairs with such deep admiration that even given those circumstances, he continued to make sure and work with the organizations to make sure that those voices are heard. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for doing that. One of my other mentors is, and maybe some of you know her. Her name's Noor Al-Hendi, and she's actually from the Al Rashid Mosque. I consider her like a sister. I love her. And she's actually the communications director, and so I went to go and see her the day that the mosque had the spray painting on it, and when there was that white supremacist spray painting on there. So I went that evening to go and speak with her and with Brother Adil and Imam Siddiq Patan and Brother Khalid, and to have a discussion about racism and how they were dealing with that and how they were going forward. And the opposition was talking about concrete action. That is concrete action, because concrete action isn't about just broad spectrum ideas. It's actually about dealing and talking with all of the different beautiful minorities that are in our province and other groups about how it is that they see themselves being represented and what they need. For example, Imam Sahawardi in Calgary, some of you might know him. He actually started an interfaith group with Judy Shapiro from the Jewish Center because they wanted to create education between the Jewish communities and the communities of Islam. And they created, along with a bunch of other imams and other organizations for the Jewish communities, created this interfaith group. And did you know Imam Sahawardi spent 6 months walking across Canada to talk about race, to talk about anti-racism? And he has this incredible story. It makes your hair stand up when you think about this beautiful soul with this greater purpose about understanding faith and what part that plays in all of this, and the desire to love beyond the borders of your own understanding. Those are the things that changed for me. And I wanted to talk about concrete action because I think that's what this amendment is about. I'd like to give you some concrete action, and I sure would have loved for the members of the opposition to have shown up to our declaration against female genital mutilation. They were all invited and never came. Or to Black History Month, that actually the Minister of Municipal Affairs and I hosted both here and in Calgary, which we had panels on, which had, right, Minister, people from all different backgrounds and ideologies, right? It was a really, really very strong and beautiful conversation. Not to mention the fact that we flung open the doors of the Federal Building and McDougall to welcome all people, whether you've been walking on this earth for thousands of years, like our Indigenous brothers and sisters, Métis and Inuit, or whether you just came yesterday. This is your house. I say to anybody who might be listening right now, this is your house. And the faces that are in here reflect you, or they should. And we're trying to do better every single day to make sure and do that. And the other thing is, too, is if you look at, I remember when I was in opposition, I brought this up quite a bit with the status of women minister at the time, about honor beatings and honor killings and child marriage. These are things that happen in Canada. Do you know there's 20,000 honor beatings or honor killings that happen in Canada? Little girls are sent overseas to have their genitals mutilated, still, because of thousands of years old practice. But this is something in Canada that we can actually deal with and help our families that are coming here to understand the power of a girl, the strength of our girls, and how it is that we elevate those girls in all these different cultures. It's absolutely imperative. These are some of the concrete actions. We have a new grant called the Multiculturalism, Indigenous, and Inclusion Grant. The entire purpose behind that grant is to actually build capacity in communities to really, really elevate some of the incredible work that is going on that actually brings our communities together. Because isn't this about unity? You know, if you look at what actually causes racism, what causes bigotry, what causes discrimination, it's fear and divisive behavior, and the ability to make people second guess the person standing beside you, unconscious bias. When people go out of their way to create that, they are part of the problem. When people create fear from one organization to another, they are part of that problem. If they go out of their way to make people feel that they're being discriminated against, they are part of the problem, Mr. Speaker. Creating unity, friendship, and relationships is way harder than creating division and disparity and despicable acknowledgments about what people believe to be true about somebody else. That is what creates division. That's what creates discrimination. That's what creates racism. It hides in those little corners. Walking this path together means difficult discussions. It means sitting down and talking with somebody who may disagree with you and having the conversation. How many times do you sit around your Thanksgiving table or any table? How many people in this house get along with every single member in their family and agree completely with everything they say? Anybody? I doubt it. I know I've had some interesting discussions at my table. And here's the thing. We don't hate that person. We don't throw them under the bus because they have a different discussion than us. We talk about it. And we figure out where we land, how it is that we bring people together. Isn't that what family is all about? Isn't that what building a strong province is all about? Isn't that what building a strong country is all about? Unity. The decisions to actually bring ourselves together, not to divide. And this side of the House will fight division. We will fight bigotry and we will fight discrimination. But we will also be willing to have those difficult discussions, because that is how you evolve. If you do not give people the opportunity to evolve, it will not happen. Look at, I'm turning 50 this year. I think about in my lifetime what I've learned, who I was 25 years ago, 30 years ago. What I've learned in my lifetime and how I've evolved as a human being. My husband, my family, all of us together. I'm not the same person that I was 25 years ago, not even close. I don't think anybody in this house could say that they are. And this job really, this place that we are right now gives so much pause to think about things that you haven't thought about before, because we're constantly being questioned. And that's a good thing. That transparency and that accountability actually builds for better legislation, and all of us become better as a result of that. You know, I could point fingers at the toxic comments that come from the opposition, but actually the truth is I actually believe that we're all here for the same reasons. I truly believe that everybody in this House has the same purpose here. But I can honestly say that on this side of the House, we actually have actions. We have action items. You know what's interesting is that when you talk about anti-racism, I think the member from Edmonton Whitemud was saying that that this is about action. I wanted to talk about the MLA from Calgary West, who had brought up last week when he was in here about his work with Black Lives Matter. He was the only person willing to talk about that, and about carding, and about the incredibly interesting legislation that had actually come from the opposition when they were in government, completely questioning whether or not those were racist decisions or not.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the Minister. Seeing none, is there anyone else wishing to speak to Amendment A2, the Honourable the Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to move a sub-amendment to Amendment A2 to Government Motion 24.
If we'll just have it passed here, and then the original. I will let you know if that's the original. It can go to the table, and they also need 5 copies. And then I'll take one, and then we'll proceed. You can, then the rest of them can go to the table too. Honourable members, this will be referred to as SA1. The Honourable the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This sub-amendment would read, it proposes that Clause E, sorry, let me start from the beginning here. Yeah, I will. Yeah. To move that Amendment A2 to Government Motion 24 be amended in the proposed Clause E by adding "and" at the end of subclause I, by striking out "and" at the end of subclause 2, and by striking out subclause 3. Mr. Speaker, I think that this is consistent with the work that we're undertaking with our expedited review of the Police Act, We are already in the process of consulting with racialized communities and minority groups in this province, Indigenous communities, Mr. Speaker, Black leaders, Mr. Speaker, in our community. And then we will definitely take their thoughts and feedback into consideration as we bring forward the Police Act amendments in 2021, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the report to the legislature, I don't believe it will be sitting on October 1 of 2020. You never know in these times, Mr. Speaker, if we will or won't. But, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the timing of it, the consultation on the Police Act would take much longer than that, Mr. Speaker. Typically, consultations on police acts take 3 to 5 years, Mr. Speaker. We're expediting that work to get it done quicker so we can bring forward an act, and I look forward to the robust discussion and debate that would occur at the time when that act gets brought forward, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable members, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General has moved a sub-amendment, and we are now debating that on Standing Order 29-2A, which is available if anyone would like to provide a brief question or comment for the Minister on SA1. Seeing none, I believe the Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will briefly speak to the sub-amendment to the amendment I moved. I think in the aftermath of George Floyd's death in the United States, governments around the world are engaging, or at least committing, to take steps to address systemic racism issues in their institutions, in their law enforcement. And certainly in Alberta, we have seen people rallying for those changes, people asking for those changes, people demanding to have those conversations. If I talk specifically for my riding, and it's predominantly a riding that has an ethnic mix of more than 70%. And certainly their experiences with police, their experiences with law enforcement are such that they demand changes, that they want to be part of these conversations, important conversations. And when they are engaged in these conversations, they want to see the outcome of these conversations as well. And I do understand that Police Act reforms may take longer than what the date has been suggested here. But if the intent was to cover for that period, I think the government could have simply removed that October 1, 2020 deadline and kept the rest of the provision in there that requires this government to present those findings before this House, to make those findings public in a way that we can see those conversations, we can see what steps government is taking, and we can debate those things for and on behalf of our constituents. I think the amendment that Minister of Justice moved takes that accountability piece away, takes that transparency piece out of this amendment, and certainly that's not acceptable, and I will urge my colleagues that let's be transparent, let's commit to working with these racialized communities, let's hear those concerns, and let openly and transparently report that back to public and their representatives so they can see what the government heard, what the conversations were, and what are the steps that are needed and necessary to address this issue. And by taking the requirement to report to Legislative Assembly on this important issue, I think is washing the hands from accountability and responsibility to this House. And I will urge all my colleagues to vote down this sub-amendment.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the Honourable Member from Calgary McCall. Seeing none on sub-amendment or SA1, is there anyone else wishing to provide a brief question or comment? Seeing none on the amendment as proposed by the Honourable Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General, SA1. All those in favour of the sub-amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. We are on amendment A2. As amended, is there anyone else wishing to provide comments? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question on amendment A2 as amended. All those in favor of A2 as amended, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. Honourable members, we are on Government Motion 24. Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Government Motion 24 as amended. The Honourable Member for Red Deer South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the opportunity to stand briefly and speak in support of Motion 24. From time to time in this legislature, we have the opportunity to stand together on a matter which transcends politics on the basis of our shared humanity. Racism is such a matter. Albertans agree and share a common desire for our land to be without racism. And these Albertans, in a large majority, elected this united Conservative government. Thus, this government motion not only represents my views and our caucus's views, but most importantly, the views of Alberta individuals and families who elected us. While government, the police, and our laws play an important role, the ultimate solutions to racism will never come from government. Racism cannot be legislated or enforced into extinction. Moreover, hate cannot be vanquished through contention, any more than two wrongs can make a right. Love is the antidote to racism and fear. While choosing love over hate is an individual choice, love of neighbor is supported in the truth of our collective humanity, with each individual having intrinsic great worth. The correct application of a true understanding of this preeminent common heritage is incompatible with racism. Our Premier has described racism as a sickness of the soul. He is right. Government cannot legislate, compel, or force healing of a soul. Love works from the inside out. The world works from the outside in. The world can only try to legislate and punish bad behavior. Love takes bad behavior out of people, and then they themselves choose good behavior. Love is the better, more durable solution to the healing of the soul. Individually, in our families and in our communities, love will always have a more powerful effect on the mind and lead to do what is right than the rough fist of the state. Love is the noblest trait one can aspire. Love is not just a feeling, its meaning is found as it is acted upon. Love is expressed as we serve our neighbors, regardless of our individual differences, and then even especially because of them. As we set good examples for our children, generously forgiving others, and speedily seeking to correct our mistakes. Solutions to racism for our families and communities will come as we open our hearts to those whose lives are different than our own, and as we work to build bonds of genuine friendship with unity in love. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the member for Red Deer South. Seeing none, on Government Motion 24 as amended, is there anyone else that would like to provide debate this evening? Seeing none, I am prepared to call the question. Honourable members, on Government Motion 24 as amended, all those in favour of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 3.1.2 to advise the Assembly that there will be no morning sittings Tuesday, July 21st, Wednesday, July 22nd, and Thursday, July 23rd.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 30, Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020, adjourned debate on amendment. Ms. Gray.
Honourable members, before the Assembly is Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020. We are debating the amendment that was proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton South, REF1. Is there anyone that would like to speak to the amendment? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to offer some comments on the referral amendment that we are debating here today and give some points as to why I think it's important that Bill 30 be sent to committee for careful consideration. And I just want to I just want to take a minute and offer a comment, if I can, on comments that the member from Red Deer South made with regard to the Government Motion 24. He talked about love and the need to have love to overcome racism. And I think when I was listening to his comments, it reminded me of a statement, and forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I can't recall who this is credited to, but there's a saying that justice is the public expression of love. And I think there is no better public expression of justice in Alberta than a public health care system. And it's fundamentally important to me that we maintain a strong public health care system so that the people of Alberta can be treated justly, and that we show through our collective actions that we love one another here in the province of Alberta and we're willing to take care of each other. And there's no better way of expressing that than through a strong public health care system. In referring this bill to committee, I think there are two things that I would like the committee to consider if it were given the opportunity to examine this bill in close detail. And the first is the impact that these changes that are proposed in Bill 30 could possibly have on Alberta's pandemic response. And perhaps a rather daunting task for a legislative committee, one that would look at the ethical implications of Bill 30. So first of all, I want to address some of the issues regarding Alberta's pandemic response and how public health care has improved the health care response and my concerns regarding the changes that this bill may have with respect to how we can respond to the pandemic. It is quite clear from the data that was revealed by Dr. Hinshaw earlier this afternoon that the pandemic has not gone anywhere. We are now recording higher levels of daily COVID cases than we've seen since the 1st of May. And I don't know if this is the beginning of a second wave of COVID infections or what's going on, but it's quite clear that right now Alberta has the highest per capita rate of COVID infections of any province in the country. and that should trouble all of us. This government, while initially being able to show leadership on the COVID file, has now fallen behind the rest of the country with respect to managing this outbreak. And so it's very troubling to me that at the very time that we're letting Albertans down in dealing with the COVID pandemic, we are now entertaining a vast expansion of the private healthcare system in our province. Because one only need to look at the experience of our neighbors in the United States to suggest that private healthcare is not an adequate way to deal with a global pandemic like COVID-19. And the primary reason is that private healthcare focuses not on looking after people, but on looking after profits for the corporations that provide that health care to people. And how has that impacted the American response to COVID? Mr. Speaker, it's impacted it in a number of ways. First of all, when you create a system that's centered on profit and not patient care, you're creating incentives for the healthcare system to run at maximum capacity at all times. And what we've seen in the American response to the pandemic is that the hospital system there has been completely overwhelmed with patients because there's no spare capacity. So beds are full, doctors and nurses are running around the clock to look after all of these millions of additional patients that have been thrust onto the healthcare system because there is no additional capacity. And now, I don't know what impact Bill 30 may have on the capacity of the healthcare system to deal with issues like COVID-19 or any future pandemic that might strike Alberta. But what I do know is that right now, under our current public system, we have the ability for the government to manage capacity. And so we've seen in this pandemic that elective surgeries have been delayed, and COVID-19 has been treated as a priority, and other lower priorities in the healthcare system have been deferred. So I'm curious, Mr. Speaker, what impact opening up private clinics, as proposed in Bill 30, will have on Alberta's COVID response. Now, I expect that members opposite will say that this will have no impact on our COVID response, that the private healthcare system that they're proposing to set up will not be charged with dealing with the COVID pandemic and the patients that disease is creating. And while that may be true, Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that we have limited resources that we can spend on health care. And if they're establishing private contracts with corporations to conduct elective surgeries or what have you, what will be the ability of the government to reallocate those resources under the contracting arrangements that they will develop if this bill is passed? And so that's one of the things that I would like the committee to consider if it were given the opportunity, is the impact on the hospital capacity system. Now, one of the other issues that we've seen in the United States' response to the pandemic is the incredible shortage of testing supplies, personal protective equipment, and ventilators. One of the great benefits of Alberta's public system is that all of those things are centrally managed and planned. So we can distribute personal protective equipment to where it's most needed. We can make sure that there are ventilators in the hospitals and we don't discriminate based on anything other than need. But when you create a private for-profit system, as is proposed here in Bill 30, you are setting up a whole bunch of private actors who will begin to compete with each other for the purchase of this vital equipment. Potentially. We don't know how the allocation of this vital equipment, personal protective equipment, ventilators, testing, we don't know how those things will be allocated to private facilities. So that's another issue that I would like the committee to look at if it were given the opportunity. How we will deal with these issues of allocating scarce resources in the time of a pandemic, given the fact that we're setting up a parallel private system. We also have to realize that the creation of a profit incentive may have a negative impact on testing. And I'd like to just reinforce to members of this assembly that even under our centrally managed, centrally planned Alberta healthcare system, we have yet to achieve the testing capacity that the Premier set out in April. In April, the Premier said that we would be able to scale up testing to 20,000 tests a day. And here we are in the middle of July. We're averaging less than 5,000 tests a day. So what happened to the Premier's promise to conduct 20,000 tests, COVID tests a day? And what will the creation of a parallel private system have on the allocation and distribution, or on the allocation of this kind of testing? And what I suspect will be the siphoning off of scarce public resources into the private system, what impact will that have on Alberta's ability to conduct even the 5,000 tests or less, fewer, that we're currently seeing? And now, members opposite might say, well, the member is fear-mongering. I know that we don't often hear that charge from members opposite, but occasionally we here in the NDP get accused of exaggerating the negative aspects of some parts of public policy. But I think it's instructive for us to look at the experience of long-term care here in the province of Alberta and their inability to effectively deal with the COVID pandemic to determine whether or not a massive expansion of the private system is being contemplated here in Bill 30 will have on our ability to deal with the pandemic. Almost all of the COVID-related deaths in the province of Alberta have occurred in long-term care facilities. And of those, it's my understanding that the bulk of them have been in private facilities. Now, why is that, Mr. Speaker? Is it that patients in private long-term care facilities are more prone to dying of COVID than residents of public long-term care facilities? I don't think that's true. But what we do know is that the profit incentive changes the behavior of private healthcare providers to cut corners when it comes to safety. And so for a very long time, we saw multiple healthcare aides and healthcare professionals working in long-term care centers, working in multiple facilities. It was only when the government issued an order to prevent that from happening, that practice ended. We've heard anecdotes from healthcare professionals working in the long-term care sector that it hasn't been as easy to get personal protective equipment, to take the time needed to effectively deal with patients. It costs money to effectively deal with the COVID pandemic, and long-term care providers just weren't interested in doing that. So it baffles me, Mr. Speaker, that we would be intentionally undermining a strong public health care system that has served Albertans reasonably well in preventing COVID from being worse than it's already been, and massively expanding a private health care system that has been shown to fail in the United States. I have yet to hear from a single constituent of Edmonton Gold Bar that says, you know what, those Americans are really onto something when it comes to dealing with health care. And so, for this reason, Mr. Speaker, I strongly recommend that all members vote in favor of this amendment.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the Honourable Member for Edmonton Gold Bar, and it would seem that the Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood has just that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the member for Edmonton Gold Bar for his comments. I always appreciate when he speaks because he brings a lot of wisdom to this House. So, you know, one of the things when I first spoke to Bill 30 the other day, one of the things I talked about is sort of the pattern of undermining our public health care system that we've seen from this government. And of course, they will deny it, but we can point to things like the privatization of labs in a pandemic. We can point to, because it's fresh on my mind, from this morning, the move to basically sell off blood through the private member's motion that was, or bill that was discussed in committee, and the attacks on doctors, and 42% of doctors are planning to leave, and we know those numbers are likely to rapidly increase. So what I wanted to ask the member from Gold Bar is, I'm hearing from a lot of my constituents about their concerns about regarding the attacks on our public healthcare system and how important healthcare is to my constituents. And I'm certainly not hearing about things like Senate elections, campaign financing. These are things that I'm not hearing about. So what I would love is for the member from Edmonton Gold Bar to maybe just talk a little bit more about what he's hearing from his constituents, whether it's in relation to healthcare or just sort of, why it is that we need to be standing up for public health care at this time in the midst of a pandemic.
Honourable, the member for Edmonton Gold Bar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Edmonton Highlands Norwood for the compliments, first of all. I seem to recall that she said that I bring a lot of wisdom to the House. I suspect that she was using wisdom in place of some more unparliamentary words that would be more accurate in describing what I bring to the House, and so I thank her for maintaining decorum and and being incredibly charitable with her descriptions of me. But her question was on what I'm hearing from the constituents of Edmonton Gold Bar who have views on public health care during the middle of a pandemic. One of the things that I have to say is that as the representative for Edmonton Gold Bar, I represent one of the oldest communities in all of Alberta, and that's in terms of the demographics. The residents of Edmonton Gold Bar are on average older than most Albertans. And in fact, I have the oldest urban riding in the entire province of Alberta. So healthcare issues are top of mind when it comes to what's concerning the residents of Edmonton Gold Bar, and particularly with long-term care. I have no shortage of people reaching out to me who are concerned about the care or lack thereof that their loved ones are receiving in long-term care facilities. And especially during the pandemic, I'm hearing from many people who are afraid to send their loved ones into a long-term care setting, even though they desperately need some kind of continual care. They don't want to send their mom or their dad, their aged loved ones into a long-term care setting because our long-term care system has a high risk of being a death sentence for that person. And so what they're telling me is that instead of moving existing parts of the healthcare system into a private system, what we need to be doing instead is moving those aspects of healthcare in Alberta that are privatized into the public system. So they are telling me that we should be taking long-term care and moving it into the public system and taking the profit motive out of caring for people in long-term care. So it reduces the likelihood of their loved ones dying because some corporate shareholder registered in the Cayman Islands is more concerned about whether or not they're going to turn a profit in this quarter than whether or not mom or dad has died. Thank you.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to speak to REF1? The honourable member for Edmonton, Beverly, Clairview has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise to speak to Bill 30, the Health Statutes Amendment Act, for the first time. And so I will be speaking, Mr. Speaker, to the referral amendment, of course, that my colleague put forward, which of course refers this bill to one of our standing committees to review the bill. I think there are significant problems with this bill, sweeping changes that the Minister of Health is proposing, and honestly taking our healthcare system in the wrong direction. I can tell you, we've heard from doctors, we've heard from healthcare professionals around the province. Quite frankly, I've never heard from so many professionals talk about how the government is completely mucking up our healthcare system, and as well, this bill is adding an additional level of chaos to quite a bit of disarray that quite frankly, the minister introduced. I mean, again, picking fights with doctors at a time when the world is facing a massive pandemic, and trying to, paint our doctors in a way that is, I think, disrespectful to their practice, disrespectful to the work they do, and especially at a time, Mr. Speaker, when we're so reliant on these very people to help us through the pandemic. And as my colleague, the member for Edmonton Gold Bar, pointed out, Alberta actually was doing quite an incredible job of keeping our COVID numbers low in the first few months of the outbreak. There is cause for concern now that we're seeing Alberta's numbers spike quite rapidly, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. And so I think, number one, that changes to this our health statutes is not going to be beneficial, but it's also, my frustration, Mr. Speaker, is that day in and day out, the Premier gets up and talks or states that doctors aren't leaving the province. And what's frustrating is the AMA did a survey, and there's a significant and alarming, actually, number of doctors that are threatening to leave the province. We've also, essentially told doctors from other jurisdictions, you're not welcome here. That's the signal and the message that is going out, quite frankly, around the globe, Mr. Speaker. I know Alberta is a relatively small jurisdiction compared to other countries around the world, but I can tell you that people do pay attention to what goes on here. And really, especially when governments put out markers or indicators and send messages to the world. And let me tell you that the message that's been sent has had a chilling effect on the very providers that we rely on. And this bill is taking us further in a direction that Albertans rejected. So over the past 40 years, in my lifetime, there have been a couple significant attempts by previous governments to privatize our healthcare system. I recall former Premier Ralph Klein bringing in the third way in the 90s, and Albertans en masse rejected it. If you want to look at either outcomes or costs, let's just compare Canada to the U.S. The U.S. healthcare system is much more costly to the U.S. taxpayer, yet they get a fraction of the outcomes and deliverables that we get in Canada. Now, I'll be the first person to admit, can our system improve? Are there areas of improvement? Absolutely, 100%. That we can get much more. We can get better at delivering our health care. We can find efficiencies. We can increase patient outcomes while looking at ways of reducing costs. But I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that the approach that this bill is taking and that this current government is taking is not doing that. It's not looking at working with our current healthcare providers. When we formed government in 2015, I recall having a conversation with the then Minister of Health who talked about the rate, the increase that the former PC government was spending on healthcare. Healthcare was increasing, I think it was around by 9% a year. I may have to go back and double check that number. My brain feels a little foggy. But it was an unsustainable rate of growth of costing. Your largest budget item, about 40%, I believe, of the Alberta budget is on healthcare. When it's increasing by just under 10% a year, that's staggering. And so when we formed government, we looked at ways to bend the cost curve and actually reduced it significantly from that 9%. Now, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is that Alberta has always been a province that many Canadians are envious of, that many Canadians choose to move to. And so we're attractive not only to the international community, but we're also attractive within our own country. And so Alberta has a very high net positive migration stats. Now, I can tell you, even in the middle of the global collapse in the price of oil, Alberta still had families moving here. I believe our migration was still positive, even when, of course, the energy sector took a significant hit. We do need to factor in, obviously, population growth and inflation when we're looking at our health budget to ensure that we're continuing to deliver the quality of health care that Albertans have come to appreciate, come to respect, and deserve, quite frankly. And so, we have before us a bill, and I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, the reason why I'm supporting this referral is that I think the government needs to go back and consult with many more doctors. And, I appreciate that the government may stand up and say, well, the AMA doesn't necessarily speak for all doctors. No, fair enough. But I can tell you that they do speak for a significant number of doctors. We've also heard from other doctors that feel that this bill and this direction and this government is attacking the very fiber of our healthcare system. And I can tell you that, there have been lots of studies done on privatizing healthcare or a two-tiered healthcare and what does that look like and how is that delivered. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that, for example, so here's a statistic, right? The minister will talk about private surgical clinics can make things better. That will help alleviate pressure from the public system. And I'll talk about why that's a fallacy for a couple of reasons. But for example, 97% of Calgary's cataract surgeries are actually done privately. 66% of Edmonton's surgeries are public. Okay, so you have a majority in Calgary that are done privately, a majority in Edmonton that are done publicly. And I can tell you that Calgary's wait times are 50% higher than Edmonton's. And so, I think that's an example of where, in this case, the private sector is not going to do a better job of delivering outcomes than the public sector. And in fact, our healthcare system is the envy of so many jurisdictions around the world. And Alberta is unique, Mr. Speaker, because we are one of the only jurisdictions, we are the only one in Canada and one of the only in the world that has a single healthcare delivery mechanism. So, one example that I learned of when comparing our healthcare in Alberta to other systems, say in Ontario, for example, you have hospitals in Toronto that are down the street from each other that don't share anything in common. From their filing system to their data, nothing is shared between them, which to me seems absolutely absurd, that there is no coordination, and this is within the same city, I mean, not even in the same province. And so here in Alberta, we have an incredible healthcare system. Again, I will say, I do believe that we can make improvements, we can make the system better, but taking it down a path of picking fights with doctors, of looking at bringing in more private delivery is not the way to go. Now, I can tell you that what's shocking to me, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that the government, in the midst of a panic, it's one thing to, quite frankly, have the audacity to propose the changes they're proposing to our healthcare system, but to do it in the middle of a pandemic, like you're attacking the very people that you need to help you through this pandemic. That's the time that you picked. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, so many healthcare professionals that I've talked to are disappointed is an understatement in the job that the Minister of Health is doing. They're quite frankly awestruck at one thing after another, picking a fight with the very people that we need to help us through this. And so, the system needs stability, and I can tell you that what this government is introducing is grave instability. And we're seeing the number of cases in Alberta spike. There were many that forecasted a second wave later in the fall just because of how COVID predominantly is reacting in warmer weather. So if we're already seeing an increase in the number of cases, that's really concerning, Mr. Speaker, for what could lie ahead. Of course, as you're well aware, there are no vaccines at the moment. And so, our healthcare professionals around the world are still studying to what extent this pandemic, how it will impact and affect people's health and lives. And it's scary, quite frankly, Mr. Speaker. There are more and more studies that are rolling out. In fact, there's been recent studies on young children, on how it's impacting them, and it's having devastating consequences for their health. So, when we look at this bill, I'll try to dive into some of the sections here. I can tell you that what this bill will do is it'll streamline the the chartering of private for-profit clinics, which of course, we've heard from different professionals, Mr. Speaker. For example, a quote from a U of C professor said that private clinics tend to take less complex, less sick, cheaper to treat cases from the public system. And then, of course, the public system is left with those more complex, expensive cases. And so, I guess then it's true that it will alleviate some of the cases from the public system. But again, the private system is going to cherry pick and leave the most complex, most expensive, and most delicate surgeries and treatments for the public system. And so essentially what we're doing is subsidizing the private sector as opposed to looking at ways to strengthen our public system, which of course has been a pillar for this province. I can tell you that, as Minister of Economic Development and Trade, when I went down to Silicon Valley, as I did on a number of missions, one of the reasons companies were looking to Canada and to Alberta was because of our healthcare system. Like in every one of those conversations I had with Apple, Google, Amazon, not once did they talk about the tax rate in Alberta, and that would be the reason that they come here. They talked about talent, and then they talked about quality of life. And so we're talking about good quality schools. They look to our education system as, again, a stellar example of the work that our teachers and educational assistants and speech pathologists and all the supports that we have. And that's one of the reasons that they are looking to Alberta, and this bill needs to be referred and go to a committee.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar would like to provide a brief question or comment for the member for Edmonton Beverly Clareview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend from Edmonton Beverly Clareview for his insightful comments on some possible implications with respect to Bill 30. Now, I'm not overly familiar with the neighborhoods in Beverly Clareview, but I have spent a little bit of time in that part of the city, and I know that he represents some communities that are definitely less well off than many communities in Alberta. Certainly the Beverly neighborhood, the Abbotsfield neighborhood. These are some communities that have had some very difficult economic challenges for a long period of time, and that doesn't look to change in the near future. I'm wondering if my friend from Edmonton Beverly Clareview could tell the House what impact the expansion of private health care could have on his constituents who, by and large, probably can't afford to get health care through a private system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'm sure he'd be more than happy to provide comment on how that pertains to the amendment, not necessarily just the private health care or otherwise, but how it pertains to the amendment. I'm sure he'd be happy to provide a brief question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll thank my friend and the member for Edmonton Goldbar for the question. And of course, the move to privatize health care would have devastating effects, especially on neighborhoods within my riding. And for those, for that reason, amongst others, that I'm strongly recommending members of this chamber support this referral to send it to a community to be able to engage with communities like the communities that I have in my riding, Mr. Speaker, where people who are struggling to make ends meet. If our healthcare system goes down this path, if this bill is passed, it will take good people out of the public system. It'll increase wait times for those who can't afford to pay for medicine and seeing doctors and specialists with their credit card, and weaken overall the general system, Mr. Speaker, and actually put more of a strain onto people and their families. And so I can tell you that I have not met, since I was first elected on April 23rd in 2012, I have not met, coincidentally, the birthday of our 11-year-old, but I haven't met a single constituent who has said, you know, we really need to privatize our healthcare system. I mean, look at how successful the U.S. is when it comes to healthcare. Again, the fact, and I don't have the stats in front of me, but I'll endeavor to get them when we debate this bill in committee. Unless, of course, the House all agrees to vote this to the special committee, in which case then I'll pass that information on to my colleagues. But you look at the staggering costs of healthcare to the U.S., and honestly, it's worth looking at, Mr. Speaker, because the quality of care that they have is a fraction of what we deliver. And again, you know, Americans have to supplement with private health care their own policies, which are costly, more costly than our system. And again, they're getting a fraction of the care. And so, you know, you look to jurisdictions that have tried to go down this path, and I have not seen success stories from it. In fact, again, you know, we have doctors and academics and those who have experienced this path of privatization on healthcare and looked at the quality of the care that's delivered. And again, we see wait times going up, we see quality going down, we see costs going up, where now the public is subsidizing the private healthcare delivery model, yet we're not getting the benefits of it, Mr. Speaker. And so, you know, this bill, we are seeing hundreds of letters come in opposing this bill, and for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will urge members to vote in favor of the referral.
Honourable members, on Amendment REF1, is there anyone else that would like to provide some debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Meadows has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. It's my honor to rise in the House and speak on behalf of my constituents in favor of this amendment to Bill 30, as read. Health Statutes Amendment Act 2020 be not read a second time, but that the subject matter of the bill be referred to the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee in accordance with the Standing Order 74.2. So why this is very important, Mr. Speaker, the piece of legislation in our hand, I don't know which word should I use right now to express my views and feelings I'm having after looking at some of the proposals in this bill. This bill, if it is passed as it is proposed, without having the opportunity to sending to the select committee and providing more broader range of feedbacks from the stakeholders, the public, professionals, because what this bill is going to do, in my view and what I see, is going to have a massive effect on the lives of the Albertans if it passed. I was just listening to one of the radio talk show where the member of the government house was really speaking on this bill, and I did actually hear the debate, the Premier's argument on this bill. I was not in the House, I was listening on the TV. So I was wondering how this bill or the changes in this bill was being framed. And the member on the radio was saying the Alberta healthcare is already privatized. We are not doing anything different. This bill is not going to make changes. And how the member was also, relating the individual doctors, the clinic runs by doctors, those doctors, to the facilities run by multi-corporations. So what that member was saying, the Alberta healthcare is already privatized. If you wanted to see, the Premier has said, go to the Jasper Avenue and walk into one of the privatized, the clinics owned by the private doctors. So there's a huge change. I think the government members do not want to talk about the evidence or the actual changes they are proposing in this. If this bill is passed, instead of AMA is already fighting with the government for government not having to sit with those professional organizations representing thousands of doctors, Alberta doctors. So they are still waiting. They are suing the government. That is Alberta is the only province where the medical association does not have a contract right now. So where their elected professional organization actually finalized the agreement with the government, and the doctors in this province work within that agreement. While they're running their, individual clinics, so it's upon them, they can just sign the agreement between as an individuals, or they can sign the agreement by establishing their limited corporation. So the member was explaining there was no difference by having the clinic operated by an individual professionals or the corporations coming from out of the country, or the corporations, they have nothing to do with this profession, but they wanted to run the healthcare and hospital clinic as a profitable entities where doctors will be left to work for them to generate the profit for the corporations. So that's a very serious concern. Not only that, this bill also have a provision and proposal. The government wanted to increase the privately delivered surgeries from 15% to about 30%. It's not only that we have a proof in Alberta. I remember when I moved here in 1993, and the government then, under the leadership of Premier Klein, wanted to make changes to the health care. And I still remember I was living in part of Millwoods. More than 25,000 people came on roads and marched to the hospital, demonstrated against those proposed changes. And with those very actions, the closure of that Grey Nuns Hospital was stopped. And similar action was actually happened in the front of Mithercodia hospitals, which pressurized the then Klein government to step back from some of those proposal changes they wanted to bring in. But even though those hospitals were saved, the Grey Nuns Hospital and Mithercodia Hospital, even we have still concerns that the Edmonton South has grown since 1993 to, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 times. And our communities are, constantly asking for increased capacity of hospital or more hospital. The government then took into the office one of their very first steps was to delay the proposed hospital in Edmonton Southwest. So going back to my point, the public pressure forced the Klein government to step back on some of the proposals, but they still moved ahead on some of the work, some of the changes, the directions they wanted to go by creating one of those, I think, action was establishing and creating a private health resource center. I think that facility was working from Calgary. So that was obviously a very failed experiment. There are quotes, the facility itself been bankrupt and closed. And there are information quotes from the healthcare professionals, peoples who are, part of it, the people who were engaged to save that facility. So there are lessons to be learned. But when we are talking about this bill, it seems we are not, really willing to read what is written on the wall. Not only this, my biggest concern is that the government actually conducted their own survey before drafting or proposing this bill into the House, to know that what Albertans say about these changes. And I'm very surprised the result of those surveys have not been released. So this is very concerning. This is also very concerning when we wanted to conduct or open another experiment, what I would say the government member believed to be that, they believe that would really help actually take some of the pressure off public health care and reduce the wait list. But same time, government is moving in this direction by weakening the public health sector. We have seen my colleague actually brought very effectively into his arguments, and I have read a number of those articles. American healthcare versus Canadian during this COVID-19 pandemic. They're not all written by the Canadian professionals or Canadian journalists, but a number of those analyses and articles from the south of the border. Their conclusion on those are the biggest difference that and how Canada was able to contain the spread of coronavirus differently than in US. One of the biggest key factors, not on one view, but number of those articles published from the both sides of the borders come into the conclusion that the public health sector in Canada was one of the key factors, the way we were able to contain the spread of the coronavirus in this country. And after all those evidenced arguments and the information the government did not release, the government is still moving forward to privatize more surgeries, to open the doors for the large corporations to come in and open for-profit healthcare facilities and hire doctors not to serve and focus on patient care they need, but for the work for the for-profit care centers as workers. Another thing I would see, I just wanted to stress when we are talking about the proposals written in the documents on the piece of paper.
Honourable member, Standing Order 29-2A is available if anyone has a brief question or comment for the honourable member for Edmonton Meadows. Seeing none, is there anyone else that would like to speak to the bill or to the amendment? The honourable member, order. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and join my voice to the debate. And certainly we're looking at Amendment REF 1. And it is, this amendment is saying to refer the contents of Bill 30 to the Select Special Public Health Act Review Committee in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. So I want to speak in favor of doing that. And certainly it is, as I've lost count now, but we have had several omnibus bills put forward by this government, and this bill is no exception. And so having a more in-depth look at it through that committee process, I think would be beneficial to the members of this assembly to help us more fully understand this bill and to dig deeper into it. We know that there are 9 pieces of legislation that are impacted by Bill 30, and thus this amendment is advocating for sort of a deeper dive in the committee process into this to understand it. We know that the Health Quality Council of Alberta Amendment Act, Health Professions Amendment Act, the Healthcare Protection Amendment Act, Alberta Healthcare Insurance Amendment Act, Regional Health Authorities Amendment Act, Hospitals Amendment Act, Public Health Act, Health Governance Transition Act, and the Provincial Health Authorities of Alberta Act. These are all impacted by this legislation, and That's a lot of legislation, Mr. Speaker. So I do certainly support this amendment and think that we would all benefit from the committee process going further into that. And I mean, we have heard a lot of response to this in the public sphere. We just heard today, in fact, that someone on the Health Quality Council of Alberta, Dr. Ubaka Agbogu, I might have said that wrong, I apologize if I've butchered his name. He's a law professor from the University of Alberta, and he has now resigned his position with the Health Quality Council of Alberta. And he says this because he feels that the Health Quality Council, because of this legislation, had a very key role in the system that has now been decimated. The council cannot function as it's meant to, as an independent body supporting the health system to make sure that Albertans have the best health care. It strips the Health Quality Council of its arm's-length relationship with the provincial government and allows the health minister to interfere with the work of the committee. So obviously, it no longer is an arm's-length council. I went to the website today just to look at that, actually, and it says this is a provincial agency that brings objective perspective to Alberta's health system. And unfortunately now with this proposed legislation, it is now completely eroding that. And there isn't kind of that watchful eye. And I think that's an important thing about the systems in government, is that we do have checks and balances. And so this Quality Council was absolutely created to make sure that that kind of oversight and good advice to all legislators was given by the Health Quality Council. But of course, this legislation has taken away that independence of the body, as it will now report directly to the minister. So I think this is something very much that this committee should look into to understand it more. And I mean, obviously, Dr. Ogbogu, his resignation, he's done that on a matter of principle, because he's feels he's unable, because of this proposed legislation, to actually fulfill his role. He was appointed back in 2018, and things have been changed so dramatically. Obviously, the legislation hasn't passed yet, but I suppose it will be imminently. So it is, kind of disturbing that this erosion of the independence of this body, which really benefits all Albertans, is being put forward in this legislation. And so that's a concern, certainly, of this member, or now he's no longer a member of the Health Quality Council of Alberta. And I think it should be a concern for all Albertans, and certainly it is a concern for me as a member of this legislature. And I suppose it wouldn't, it's still a concern, but it becomes a more profound concern as we see it's a pattern of behavior by this government, that they are eroding systems that are set up to support our public health system, for example, maybe our social services system, these kind of systems, because they are being controlled much more by executive council, particular ministers. And I mean, there's other examples of this that we can talk about. The seniors advocate was completely eliminated by this government. And they said, oh, well, the health advocate will just take care of that responsibility. But of course, we know that only a third of the issues that the seniors advocate did look into on behalf of the citizens of this province were to do with health. There were financial concerns, there were housing concerns, there were social service concerns, and this was the bulk of the concerns. Now, Albertans don't have that opportunity to get support from an advocate in that way. And then even more egregious, Mr. Speaker, is that the appointment of the health advocate is actually a partisan appointment. It is Janice Harrington, who was the CEO of the UCP party. She certainly didn't get that job on any kind of qualifications of merit. So this makes it even more disturbing that we are going along this road with the Quality Council of Alberta, that we're sort of eroding their ability to give advice to the government in an independent manner. And, you know, these examples that I've used, like the seniors advocate being eliminated, the health advocate, you know, sort of saying they're going to take care of seniors' issues, but really it's only 1/3 of the concerns. And then having a political partisan, very clearly appointment. And of course, this isn't the only example. You know, we know that Tom Olson was a failed UCP candidate in the provincial election, and he now, of course, is the CEO of the Energy War Room. So another partisan appointment. So this is really cronyism, and we don't want that in politics. We want to make sure that people have positions and that they're informing, these leaders are informing the government in a way based on, you know, expertise and independence, all these things. But I mean, this legislation, of course, is eroding it, and that's why it's so important that the committee look at this in more detail to help Albertans understand it. Another aspect is also the Health Professions Amendment Act, and so I don't know what it is, about 30 health professions are governed by this act, and these colleges, you know, ensure the ethics. I know in my own college, the College of Social Workers, we have a code of ethics, standards of practice, and a council. I mean, this is all governed through this Health Professions Amendment legislation. And now the government is, in this bill, changing the membership, the public members, on all the councils for the regulatory colleges, moving it from 25% public members to 50%. So that's a pretty significant jump. And, you know, people may argue, oh, well, that's okay because, you know, we want to have public members, you know, sort of providing, again, some checks and balances to the colleges. But the thing is that a public member is appointed by the government. And as I've just identified, this government, sadly, isn't looking for the best candidates, the candidates that have expertise, the candidates who have something significant to offer. They're just taking care of their political friends. And so this really concerns me that the regulatory colleges of 30 professions will have partisan appointments of this government, and you know, I mean, that is concern enough for this committee to look more deeply into what is going on with the changes that this Bill 30 is suggesting. So, you know, those are for 2 of the amendment acts out of the 9 that they've talked about. But sort of speaking more generally, we know that this bill does sort of open the door to sort of more American-style health care, where profits take priority over patients. Certainly, we already have a model of this here in Canada, in Alberta, and some of my colleagues have already spoken about that, and that's the private delivery of long-term care. And we know that that's been plagued with difficulties across Canada, including here in Alberta, for many, many years. We know that the COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated this significantly. In Alberta, 73% of the total COVID deaths were in continuing care facilities. And we've also heard from you know, experts like Professor Carol Estabrooks. She just was the was the chair of the report that just came out by the Royal Society of Canada regarding the failures in the long-term care system in Canada, and that these are preventable deaths. These are preventable deaths that didn't have to happen, but a lot has to do with just how the private systems work. And one of the key issues in the private system is staffing. These are vulnerable workers, often very low paid, sometimes minimum wage. And because of oftentimes not being able to cobble together a full-time job, they work at many different locations. And we know through COVID-19 that was a key issue in the spread of the virus, was that workers were working at many different facilities, and so they would spread it from facility to facility. And how come this was happening? How come people are working at several facilities and not having, sort of a one job? Well, it has to do with the private model. The private model wants to save a few bucks, and so they don't give full-time positions to these vulnerable workers. And so therefore, they have to work at different facilities. They don't get benefits. This makes it very difficult for them. These are vulnerable workers. And so, this private system, because the motive is profit, not so much care, it creates these kind of challenges. And this is just one difficulty that we, of course, have seen play out in our province and be exacerbated by COVID-19. Other examples some of my colleagues have talked about is we know that there had been some experiment with privatization with orthopedic procedures, but we found that it costs more to treat cases in the private system than in public facilities, even though public system took the more complex cases. So even just on, looking at the economics of it, it didn't make a heck of a lot of sense to have that in the private domain. So why are we concerned about the medical care delivered in corporate-owned facilities? Because of quality of care. We're worried about that because the care may suffer in corporate facilities when sometimes there's incentives to cut corners to maximize shareholder profits. And, I gave you that pretty clear example in the long-term care system. It puts greater demand on the public system as the most difficult cases are left often to the public system. So it demands more, and then the private system skims off the simpler cases and makes a profit, and that creates a two-tiered system where those in the public system must wait longer for care. So these things are pretty significant, and we don't want American-style health care here in Alberta.
Honourable members, standing order 29-2A is available. If anyone has a brief question or comment, I see the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Yeah, I always appreciate when the member from Edmonton Riverview speaks. She has a lot of experience and knowledge, and she was just starting to talk a little bit more about her concerns around American-style healthcare, and was rudely interrupted. So if she could just finish her thoughts.
Pesky timelines for debate. The honourable member for Edmonton Riverview.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to the honourable member for the opportunity to just talk a bit further about why I'm in support of Amendment REF1, that the bill be referred to a select special Public Health Act Review Committee in accordance with Standing Order 74.2. So I guess I just want to start with saying that we are in a situation where we, are in the throes of a global pandemic. And certainly the Office of the Chief Medical Officer, the Chief Medical Officer herself, Dr. Hinshaw, said that the reason, this was earlier on, that we we're doing well. Like, we didn't have large numbers of people in intensive care. We had, an abundance of respirators for people. We were, working through a coordinated response. And she said one of the key reasons for that here in Alberta is because we have such a robust public health system. And I agree with that. I think that the public health system is important and strong, and the coordinated approach, instead of having disparate private businesses delivering health care, creates a much more cohesive response, and there can be much more coordinated effort in this. So, I think that that is very important. But this bill certainly is eroding that, and it is a direct attack on our public health care system. And it's kind of boggles the mind, and some of my colleagues on this side of the aisle have spoken about this already. During a global pandemic, we should be, grateful and thanking our health professionals for the amazing work they're doing. And certainly let me do that right now, that, they are in harm's way every day, and they are serving vulnerable Albertans, people who are, have various health concerns, and they need to take extra precautions to make sure that the spread of the virus, which we know spreads quite easily, and we're learning more and more about how it's spread, but they do tremendous work for Albertans to keep us safe and to keep, the pandemic controlled. And so I just want to say thank you so much for what you're doing to support Albertans. So my point, though, is in the middle of a pandemic, it's confusing to me why this bill, and certainly the Minister of Health and this government, would really decide to go to war, basically, with doctors in our province. We know that earlier this year, the government unilaterally terminated its compensation agreement with them, and refused to participate in binding arbitration. And Bill 30 goes further into allowing that the contracts can be directly negotiated with physicians, which undermines AMA's collective power. So that is a direct assault on an organization that represents doctors. And this government, cavalierly is going ahead to, again, challenge and attack doctors and their, collective bargaining power. We know doctors are, frankly, furious about what's going on. So much so, they're closing their clinics, they're leaving our province, and the AMA just did a survey and found that 42% of the doctors who responded to their survey indicated they're thinking of leaving our province. So this is not what we should be doing during a pandemic, and perhaps any time, that we need to be respecting doctors, and that's not what this minister...
Honourable members, on Amendment REF1, is there anyone else? The Honourable Member for Calgary-McCall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to speak to this referral motion to a special select committee where we can deal with the subject matter of this bill in detail. And when I was in government, many times I heard very able argument from the opposition then about how important these referral motions are, how important this committee process is, and oftentimes example will be brought from the federal committee process, that how there is a committee process that invites public, invites stakeholders, and essentially gets things right. And I think based on all those good arguments. I think here we have a bill that is an important piece of legislation, and it fundamentally makes fundamental changes to our health care, make changes how we deliver our health care, and certainly I will argue, and I will give further reasons as well, that we will all benefit from referring it to this select committee and from hearing from Albertans, from professionals, from doctors, their representative organizations, experts, academia, and all those who have interest in this piece of legislation. And Mr. Speaker, I can say that it basically, this piece of legislation makes very significant changes how we deliver health care, and all Albertans have vested interest in the outcome of this legislation, in the outcome of these changes that government is proposing through this piece of legislation. For instance, Alberta health system as it exists now, we know that only member of these professional colleges, only doctors, they are able to bill AHS for the service they provide. Sure, they oftentimes have professional corporations that they own and that they use to manage their practice, but at the end of the day, it's the doctors who can bill AHS. And in this piece of legislation, if it's passed, I think that will change who can bill Alberta Health Services. And the way it's drafted, it's fairly clear that any corporation, whether their doctors are not directors or executives of those corporations, they will still be able to bill Alberta Health Services. So somewhere in there, when somebody will set up a business corporation, will hire certain professionals, doctors, nurses, other health professionals that they need. In delivering those services, there will be a profit motive that that corporation will be set up to make money of public dollars that need to go for health care. So we are injecting that profit motive in our publicly owned, publicly delivered healthcare system, and that's certainly a huge change. And having a committee process will certainly help us look at that process, hear from experts, hear from professionals, doctors, that those countries, those jurisdictions where they have that kind of two-tier system, public health and a parallel private health care, how they have done, what their experience has been. And personally, I think I can say that I have seen two-tier system, private health care and government health care. And based on my observation, based on experience, based on what I have seen, I can say that with absolute certainty that in those jurisdictions, people get the care based on the size of their pockets, based on their ability to afford that. And sure, government is saying that no, it will still be publicly funded. What I'm trying to understand, if it's publicly funded, why we are creating profit motives here. so that private corporations will benefit from public dollars. And if somebody argues that somehow, without compromising the quality of care, without compromising the pay that doctors are getting right now, that you will deliver that more efficiently than public system and still make profit out of those dollars, I'm not buying that argument. And there is, I guess, no such research out there, there's no such evidence out there to prove that somehow private delivery will pay better, will deliver better, and still make profit, and somehow public system wasn't able to do that. So it's just, I guess, the government's ideological agenda that they are motivated towards market-driven solution, as my colleague from Edmonton, Riverview mentioned, that we have seen that in our senior care. And certainly there were reports out of Ontario as well. And there is body of literature out there, there is expert out there, there is public opinion moving on that side that we need to review whether that's the best model to deliver senior care, where profit motives are there, and we have seen senior care compromised in many instances. Other thing is that we know that the wait times in Alberta Health are an issue. We know that they were an issue when we were in government. Certainly we invested in healthcare, we invested to address those wait times, and still there were many issues that remain. I will be the first one to admit that. But in order to fix wait time, again, that's not the solution, that you're moving it to private corporations who will make profit out of public dollars and somehow magically will help us reduce the wait time without compromising the quality of care. Again, another significant change in how we view our healthcare system, how we what value we put on our public healthcare system. It's a significant change, and I think we will benefit from a committee process where we can hear evidence, where we can hear from doctors, where we can hear from academia, where we can learn from other jurisdictions who may have gone down that route. So again, another important change, and sending this bill to the committee will certainly help us learn about the outcomes of profit-driven delivery. Mr. Speaker, there are many other things. For instance, adding 50% public representation. I'm all for public representation, but someone need to help us understand that why adding more representation on these professional colleges will help us improve the quality of care. So in short, it's a piece of legislation that will have lasting impacts on our healthcare system, and referring it to a committee is certainly a wise step that will help us all to look into the details of this bill and these changes. And with that, I move to adjourn the debate.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the honourable member for Calgary-McCall to adjourn debate, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. That motion is carried and so ordered. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we adjourn the Assembly till tomorrow, 1:30 p.m., which I believe is July 21st.
Honourable members, having heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader for adjournment, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That motion is carried and so ordered. The House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 1:30 p.m. Work.